80, and this is going to very quickly move towards Highway 14 in Perry County, eventually Highway 5 as you get on over closer to the central part of the county. And if this holds together all the way to the Chilton County line, just to the west of Maplesville by a little bit after 7 o'clock, about 7:25 here. So another good looking one. And again, these have cycled up quickly, okay? And the concern with this is how quickly it cycles up and how quickly it's intensifying here, because this went from, really nothing on the radar to all of a sudden it's a concern with an intensifying updraft here. So there it is in question. And again, we're pretty far away. This is the Birmingham radar site, and understand that's a view much higher up into the storm. The radar site's over here near Calera on the map, and so we're not getting a great view into the lowest levels of this. This is from Columbus. This might be a little bit of a better view, showing that circulation just south of Demopolis. This is now just to the east of Highway 43, and so here if I draw, there's 43, and then this is going to be US 80. This is right along US 80, and will eventually be headed up north towards the New Bern area. So again, we're not out of the woods yet. I do think that the focal point of severe weather, of tornadoes, of anything of severity is going to be in the southern part of the state here as we move forward. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for parts of Hale, parts of Perry County, and also Marengo counties. This is extreme northwestern Marengo right here. This is Perry County right here. Or excuse me, that is Hale County right here, and this is Perry County and Marion. So this will be moving into the southernmost portion of some of our central Alabama counties, eventually with the potential of moving into Bibb County and Chilton County way down the line. So again, the tornado threat is not done. This is a part of Alabama that's been relatively untapped by thunderstorms, by rain to this point, and that is the case all the way to I-65, to Maplesville, to Clanton, to Jemison. And we'll be watching this very closely here as we move forward. So again, we're looking at the Columbus site here. The area in question is going to be this circulation right here. And notice the big uptick in lightning. This has been a part of the line that's been intensifying for quite some time here. And there's a good bet that just to the north of center. So, as soon as we do the all clear, I guess it was just in time for the newscast, James, and then
we got him in. We got the
that was
newscast
the goal, right?
in. There you go. So, yes. So again, we're not over. The thing is not over yet, at least for the southern half of the state. So this is your tornado warning polygon, and again, this will include southern Hale County, Greensboro south, down toward New Bern, down toward Gallion. This includes northeast Marengo County, Demopolis, Providence. It includes much of Perry County, including Marion. And again, this is where the air is still relatively unstable. For the northern half of the state, it's more of a flooding thing now with rain-cool, stable air mass. But down to the south, we still have the air fairly unstable. So let's go back to the velocity display. And this is one of these problem spots down here. This is where the radar beam is really, really high. Several thousand feet, about 8,000 feet off the ground. So we really can't get a good low-level sample down here. But having said that, there's clear evidence of rotation right here. And again, this is near Gallion, which is on US 80, east of Demopolis. And again, we can almost give an all clear to the city of Demopolis in that the rotation is east of there. But again, this is US Highway 80 right here. Fawnsdale is about right here. And again, that rotation is headed up to the northeast. And again, in Hale County, Greensboro is here. Alabama Highway 61 runs south down to New Bern, and that will likely be coming down very close to the community of New Bern and then crossing into Perry County, and it might wind up being close to Marion. So again, those of you in the community of New Bern and Marion up to Heiberger, you want to be sheltered. And again, that is a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, and we encourage no mobile homes. You cannot stay in a mobile home. There's no safe way of doing that during a tornado warning. And again, you need to be sheltered. And again, you can see the duration of this will likely be until about 7:26 this evening. So this is the first tornado warning of the evening. And again, we're not done yet. We've also got a fairly decent signature on radar that is over southeastern Mississippi, and that could move into Choctaw County down toward Toxie, down below Butler. We'll keep an eye on this. And again, for now, there's no warning in effect for Alabama, but just something to watch. But again, the reason we're here, mainly it's for this one, which is the signature is about 60 miles south of Tuscaloosa. And this is an extreme southern Hale County. And again, US 80 is right here. That's Highway 69 going up to Utah. Demopolis is here. And really, the city of Demopolis will give you an all clear. If you're in Demopolis, the rotation is east of you, and it's moving northeast away from you. So again, Demopolis is A-OK here. Again, Highway 80 here, that's Alabama Highway 25. Fawnsdale is right here. And Highway 61 goes down to New Bern, which is right here. And ultimately, that runs down to Uniontown here in Perry County. But so rotation that is coming up toward the community of New Bern. It's out here near the old Sunshine High School in South Hale County. And that'll be crossing over into Perry County. And of course, the largest town in Perry County is Marion, which is right here. And of course, this would include Marion Military Institute, MMI. And it should be out here along Highway 5 at about 7:07. It's 6:42 right now. And again, that's Highway 5 going up to Brent. Heiberger is here. And of course, down the road that runs down toward Browns along US Highway 80. So, and obviously, we're going to have a really hard time of showing you any video of any tornado at this point because it is getting dark. All of these are rain-wrapped. And again, it's been a challenging day because we've had rain-wrapped tornadoes, but we've had, as you saw in the newscast, significant damage near Gordo in Pickens County, near Sipsey and Walker County. But again, we've had no loss of life today, and that's a big win. And we hope it stays that way for this event. We're not done with it yet. But again, we'll be watching these carefully. And of course, if this thing stays intact, it could wind up moving up into parts of Bibb or Chilton counties. But let's look at a big view, Evan. Let's just kind of show the big picture with reflectivity. It's just a big old massive rain here. We have a large massive rain falling over the northern 2/3 of the state. And from Interstate 20 north, it's just a big, messy rain mass. And the odds of any tornado activity for Birmingham North are pretty low. The main concern, it's to the south of Birmingham, the southern half of the state, where the air is still unstable. And again, we've just not had that much rain as in this circle that Evan's drawing here down below Anniston, places like Ashland, Alexander City, Rockford, Wetumpka, Montgomery, Auburn, Opelika. So this is where there still is certainly a meaningful risk of tornadoes tonight. And again, this, if it holds together, could wind up in Bibb, maybe Chilton, maybe southern Shelby County. So again, we'll watch it carefully. The conventional logic would suggest that once this encounters all of this rain-cooled air, it will dissipate. But of course, we don't know that. And many times I have seen strong dynamics overcome weak thermodynamics like this. So again, it looks like, according to the Weather Service in Birmingham, they've got 6 tornadoes recorded so far today, or possibly a 6th tornado, based on some damage reports coming out of Sumter County. So 6 tornadoes and counting. The last time we had a high-risk day, we had 10 tornadoes on March 25th of 2021. So Marengo County is off the board. No problem there, as the circulation is now exclusively to southeastern Hale County. And again, the circulation is south of Greensboro. We'll pop on the velocity display. And again, you can see it right here. And again, it's really close to the old Sunshine High School campus in southern Hale County. And that's going to be right on top of New Bern here in a matter of minutes. And again, you need to stay sheltered if you're in this polygon. That's why we always say respect the polygon. And once we give you an all clear, you can go on about business. And hopefully this will be the last one for you of the evening. We've had some people in the state that have gone under tornado warnings multiple times today, including some last night. It's been a long event here. We started this last night about midnight. But we'll get this thing out of here, I think, we'll wind the severe weather threat down tonight by probably 11 o'clock or midnight, which is good for everybody. And Sunday is coming. Sunday will be much calmer. So once again, we have a tornado warning for parts of west central Alabama for a possible circulation that's south of Greensboro, and that's near New Bern in Hale County, and that's going to cross into Perry County. And this thing could go maybe north of Marion based on its current position here. It might be closer to Heiberger, which is up Alabama Highway 5. And again, it'll be up there a little after 7 o'clock, and it's currently 6:46. These are moving very quickly, by the way. And again, it should be up here near the Bibb County line about 7:17. So, but if you're in Bibb County, just keep a close eye on this, Bibb and Chilton, and Shelby, quite frankly, and we'll see how this thing plays out. The best possible case is that it slowly fizzles out when it encounters all this big rain-cooled air mass up in here. But we'll just have to wait and see. But again, I'll be going through a whole lot of images, Evan, in coming days and I'm so thankful that people send this to us, all the videos and the images. We can't show them all on the stream here, but boy, they're so helpful in dissecting what's happening in the real world. Because remember, the radar beam, like in this case, is about 5,000–6,000 feet off the ground. We don't know what's going on down at the surface unless you help us. And again, the photographs have certainly done that. And we'll see, another question, will the Storm Prediction Center extend the tornado watch? We have the tornado watch until 8 o'clock for a pretty good chunk of it. Will they extend it into East Alabama? That's a definite possibility. We'll find out within the hour if they'll do that. But again, so the reason we are here, we have one tornado warning for southeastern hail and the northern 2/3 of Perry County for a circulation that's located near New Bern, south of Greensboro. It's kind of broad, not looking especially at this point, but that's crossing over into Perry County, and that'll be coming out across Highway 5. And this started, Evan, we're back pretty close to Demopolis, I guess, when they first showed up.
Yeah, right over 43, due south of Demopolis. In fact, I just ended the 6 o'clock newscast talking about, hey, we got to keep an eye on this, and I showed the Demopolis sky cam. You just couldn't see anything, just an absolute deluge there. But that was the most impressive part of the line. So here's where it started, about Old Spring Hill. In fact, it wasn't until it crossed over 43 that it got the warning, and then it moved into or out of Marengo County and into Hale County, and it is now, again, moving into Perry County. 55 miles an hour, by the way. I've calibrated our time of arrival arrow here to reflect a 55-mile-an-hour motion with the storms. And this is fast. If you think of, you go down the highway, there's several county roads in here where the speed limit isn't that quick. So this is going to be moving towards, how many times have we said Highway 14 today, whether it was somewhere further to the north. But 14, again, will be a thoroughfare this is going to cross probably near Folsom, eventually towards Heiberger, and this will continue off to the north and east. And eventually this will take it into potentially Chilton County, or even Bibb County. I think we'll have to see how this evolves. Some of these have kind of shifted further north, others have turned back to the south, those right turners. But if you're in Marion, I mean, heads up, if you are in any part of central northern Perry County, this will be upon you quick. And again, we're not out of the woods. This is where we expect there to be storms of severity here moving forward tonight in the untapped air mass that really is to the south. Taking a look here at what is being posted, and again, the areas of circulation are tough to see. As James mentioned, we're way off the ground. So this is the Birmingham radar. I'll switch over to Columbia. Notice the slight shift here. Because we're coming at two angles, and it's going to displace that center circulation. But from this far away, it does indeed look like there's a good circulation right in here. So right over Sunshine, New Bern, and this is going to be headed off to the north and east near, this here's 14. I'll highlight this. So certainly no driving on 14 into Marion. And then you've got Highway 5, US Highway 5, as this heads up towards southern Bibb County. Apparently Riley is en route to Bibb County there. He's headed towards Centerville, Brent area, so if he gets down there and maybe can move ahead, although it's getting dark, it's not going to be easy to see anything, but he'll keep an eye on things there. But 55 mile an hour, that's your storm motion with this. And in addition, you go to the reflectivity, there's a tremendous amount of lightning with this. If nothing else, these storms are so loud, and lightning is not a parameter for a severe thunderstorm, but it can certainly have its negative impacts with power outages, as well as, I was in a house fire as a kid from lightning. So that could certainly be something. Hail doesn't look like a big issue with this as of right now, and there's a lot that we'll have to watch as this moves forward, because we do have rain out ahead of this. So you see this area of rain? That is Jemison, Clanton, Maplesville. This is stabilizing rain. None of this is of any severity. So this will be moving into an environment that is now slightly rain-cooled, and it could inhibit or slow down the progression of this the cell as far as the intensification of it. And that is what we're hoping to see here. We saw it in northern Alabama. We saw the rain-cooled air from that stratiform shower thunderstorm activity that weakened those tornadoes to the north. Hopefully we will see that same thing evident to the south. I tend to think that will be a trend that we watch here, but for the time being, a tornado warning in place. And that includes parts of Perry County. We're about to put, I think, Hale County in the clear. Let's see where this circulation is. So Again, a few more minutes. Greensboro, you're very close to, again, it's tough to pinpoint the circulation this far away from the radar site. It looks like Birmingham might be depicting this right here, where you got this change in wind speeds. Again, this is towards and away from the radar, so where you see those brighter greens, it's moving very fast. Where you see almost that neutral color there, it's either stagnant or slightly away from the radar, so those are the areas that you'd look at for the rotation. But again, this is higher up in the atmosphere. Certainly worth watching. Way too early to see any reports, and we'll keep an eye on that. But this moving into a more populated area of Perry County. This would take it up right towards Marion, towards Highway 5, eventually towards Heiberger, assuming that this can stay together. And we've seen all afternoon long, they cycle up, they cycle down. And in one case, we saw it cycle up so fast, went from nothing to a warning to a confirmed in about an 8-minute stretch. That was up in the Gordo area earlier this evening. So this tornado warning goes till 7:30. And it is for Perry County now. It looks like most of southern Hale County is about to be in the clear. And we will certainly keep an eye on this moving forward. Go to the state view. Again, as of now, that is the one tornado warning. We'll note the tail end of this, the line that's coming through. There's a warning up Colbert County near Florence. And that is that's it. I'll draw a line. This is the final line right here, if you want to call it that. And once this moves through, we're done. Obviously, you'll note down here, to the south and west. This is coming out of Mississippi. This will be something to watch because this too will move into southwest Alabama and on the trajectory, the motion of storms. This coming into Choctaw and eventually southern Marengo County, and if it holds together, this will be headed towards Selma, Millbrook, Prattville, I-65, perhaps south of Clanton. So these are the areas to watch, again, moving forward. The southern half of the state, south of I-20. I think if we're in the Birmingham area, we just don't have the energy, even with good dynamics. I don't really see things coming to fruition there. I'd say maybe Shelby County, if this can hold together, might be still one of the areas to watch, but certainly is looking more and more so like this threat is trending further south. A ton of lightning. I mean, unbelievable. Over 1,000 strikes here in the last 10 minutes. And that's obviously this whole screen, but that's loud. That's going to get your attention. And just know, if we're not talking about your location, it's a good thing, okay? If you're in the conversation, it's not good. You don't want to be part of this talk because it means that there's a warning in your area. So right now, the heavy rain, the lightning in Pelham, in Hoover, in Alabaster, in Calera, all the way up to, say, Vestavia, Homewood, Mountain Brook. Sure, there's something there. It's loud. And that can be scary. I was scared of lightning, thunder, even into being an adult because our house was hit by lightning. But there's nothing of severity there right now. There's nothing of severity in Tuscaloosa, in Pickens County, Fayette, Walker. And the further northeast you get into Etowah County and to Cherokee County, things are even more benign. A focal point is going to be the southern edge here and what is working through Perry County as of right now. So this is right over New Bern, it appears. And again, this warning was issued right after we finished the 6 o'clock newscast. And
I'm just glad we got him on the air.
Yeah, we did. That was the goal. We said tornado warning's got to pause for about 35 minutes, and then, there we go. So they're continuing this tornado warning, James, for Hale and for Perry County.
Yeah, and we're getting reports from the sheriff down there that they're reporting a tornado that is down in New Bern. And again, we're not seeing any really strong evidence of debris being lofted here. That's noise. That's not a TDS, but we've got the circulation near New Bern in Hale County. This is south of Greensboro, right here, and that's moving northeast, and that will be coming through northern Perry. So they've adjusted the polygon. They've taken Marion out. So again, if you're in Marion, you can go about your business. You are no longer in the tornado warning polygon. So Marion is here. The polygon is to the north now, and again up here, this is Heiberger along Highway 5. So this will be coming across the northern part of Perry County. And again, if that stays intact, it might wind up in parts of Bibb or Shelby counties. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. But again, we've had a report, according to the sheriff in Hale County, that there was a tornado down in New Bern. Exactly what that means, if there's any damage, we don't know that yet. But again, that was the report from the sheriff down in Hale County. So we're not done yet. And again, the Storm Prediction Center, they put out a mesoscale update indicating the better chance of the stronger tornadoes. I'm good. Are you good, Evan? They said some thumbs up if you're good.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah. But the little mic change there.
Oh, they're talking to you. Not okay. But again, SPC put out a mesoscale update, and if we take WEXO 5 real quick, just wanted to show you that mesoscale update. So again, this is the area highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center. And you can see that they're kind of focusing on the southern two-thirds of the state for the possibility of tornadoes for the rest of the evening from Tuscaloosa and Shelby counties south all the way down to Mobile and Baldwin counties. And again, the statement still indicates the environment remains quite conducive for strong tornadoes, conditional on the storm mode. Can we have discrete cells out there by themselves, or will we have just this big rain mass with pockets of convection? And that's going to be the key. If they can get out there by themselves, we could see, again, some very strong, violent tornadoes here this evening. But if they stay in this big rain mass, it won't be that bad. But notice the peak intensity on the tornado potential there, 140 to 170 miles an hour. That's pretty rough. That's a violent tornado. That is an upper end tornado if we get one that strong. So just wanted to show that update from the Storm Prediction Center. So back to the radar. We're right at 658. And again, we have potential for what could be a tornado really right in this region, right in here.
That was the report, James,
Yeah.
is what I put
Right.
there, is where they thought.
And again, you can see right in here is where the most likely position of a possible tornado would be. It looks like there might be two circulations in here, and that's coming up into northern Perry County. And again, this does not include any part of Bibb. It includes northern Perry. And soon, Hale County can be taken out of this. In fact, if you're in Greensboro, I think we can say you're fine. Greensboro will give you an all clear. The risk is well to the east and southeast of Greensboro, and the concern is up here in northern Perry. And again, Marion, you're in the clear, and at least I know it's not clear. It's pouring rain with thunder and lightning, but in terms of the danger from the tornado, that has ended for you as the threat is to the north with this particular cell. Of course, Centerville and Brent are right here. This is up into Bibb County, and we'll see if the Weather Service continues to extend this. It's not a classic tornado signature here at this point. Looked a lot better earlier. And if it continues to kind of way, most likely they will not reissue it, but they might. We'll just have to wait and see. Again, the dynamics are very, very impressive with this system. The thermodynamics, they're okay, but often with a dynamic system like this, you can have some tornadoes within these large rain masses like this. So the reason we're here, the possibility of a tornado that's kind of sitting on the Hale-Perry County line, almost due east of Greensboro. That'll be crossing Highway 5 near Heiberger, and then ultimately crossing over into parts of Bibb County. And we'll see how that plays out. And again, most of the damage, for those that are asking, most of the damage so far, the most serious damage seems to be near Gordo and also at Sipsey in Walker County. But let's see here. Let's take WEXO 5 real quick. A lot of images coming in. This is one of the supercell storms that came across Pickens County near Gordo. And again, there were actually two different supercell storms that came through the US 82 corridor. This was one of them. And again, it's possible there could be a small tornado involved in that. And this is some drone video from the second supercell, and this is the one that produced the significant damage. And again, it's rain wrapped. It's really hard to see. But again, this was earlier this afternoon at Gordo. Gordo's about 25 miles due west of Tuscaloosa, right on US 82. And again, they took a very rough ride, but we've heard of no serious injuries, which is a very good thing. So back to the radar here at 7 o'clock on a Saturday night. We have a potential tornado on radar that'll be near Highway 5 about 7:13, near US 82 about 7:30 if this thing holds together. And we've seen signatures a lot better than this. The scariest signature of all was the one that came up to Gordo. That was that could have been a pretty sizable tornado. What's going to happen, the Weather Service will send in survey teams tomorrow to assess the damage, and we'll get the surveys back. We'll find out the EF rating, the Enhanced Fujita Scale rating of the tornadoes. But again, we're not done yet. So we want everybody to stay plugged in, hear the warnings, pay attention. If you go into a polygon, go through your tornado safety precautions. But again, we're just watching this thing, and you know, Evan, it's I would say it's not as organized now as it was 5 minutes ago.
No, and I think you're absolutely right, James. Even this far away from the radar, we can tell when that structure doesn't look nearly as good. And honestly, you might just hit these little eddies within the atmosphere. We have the good dynamics, as we've talked about, right? That's when we look at our wind profile from the surface to aloft. So you got southerly winds, but then our winds at about 6,000, 10,000 feet are coming in out of the west. So take that that air as it's rising with our instability, and it turns with height because we have that change in wind. What we're losing here as the sun goes down and as we've seen rain is this particular environment is not going to have as strong perhaps of updraft as it would have earlier in the afternoon. We are looking at, again, heading into the nighttime, which can be scary from a sense of, hey, these move through at night. That can be fairly scary, but certainly much tougher to pinpoint than it was just a few minutes ago. And we are continuing to watch a warned storm here, but when we popped on, it was much more notable as far as a structure. This eventually, though, whether it's got a tornado warning or not, this is probably the most intense part of the line, at least as of right now. And this is going to move towards Centerville, maybe just south. This will cross over 82 again in between Centerville and Maplesville. And this is probably headed up into eventually extreme eastern Bibb County and perhaps southern Shelby County. Now, will it stay of any level of severity? Tough to tell this far out, but this is the most notable part of the line. Demopolis has been an absolute light show since we actually finished our coverage right before the 6 o'clock and onward. I mean, it's just been round after round moving through there. And so for folks who are getting the lightning, who are hearing the rumbles of thunder, the pouring rain, if you have a metal roof, we got a metal roof at part of our house, and it sounds like just torrential rain, sometimes hail. There's probably a lot of people hearing that, and you might be concerned. But if we're not talking about you, probably outside of severe limits. So, for example, here near Lay Lake, the Coosa River, up towards Childersburg, Sylacauga, sure, there's heavy rain. There's probably even a good amount of thunder with this, but there's nothing severe. Same thing here. This is over near Liberty Park. As you head up towards Trussville, to the east side of Birmingham, some rain, some thunderstorms there, but it's below severe limits. The tornado warning is now cleared Hale County, so Hale has been removed from the polygon. So if you're down south of Greensboro, we're okay. So there we go. Hale County's good. The extreme southwestern part of Perry County, we are in the clear. And just something else to note here is we may very well have some small hail within this, and that's been the case with a lot of these. You see where these pink returns are? That's the radar beam hitting something that is very dense. Now, that can be a cluster of really heavy rain, a ton of it. That can be hailstones that are lofted at a very high end of the atmosphere. So that's pretty much been a byproduct or a part of every storm that's gotten to severe limits today is some form of hail. But this is it right now for tornado warnings in Alabama. They've let that one that was near, Waynesboro expire, which is good. Hopefully that was not my mic going out there. All right, James.
All right. And by the way, if we can get rid of that banner, the tornado warning for Hale County is no more. Thank you. The warning is in effect for Perry County. So again, we have just a large rain mass over the northern half of the state. And again, from Interstate 20 north, the chance of additional severe weather relatively low. The main concern up here, flooding. There's a lot of flooding issues. In fact, I've seen some pretty amazing flooding up in the Tennessee Valley. So again, from Birmingham north, the risk of tornadoes is now much lower because of rain, cool, stable air. The south of Interstate 20, the air is still relatively unstable down here. And again, you can see that one polygon we have, just one, that's it, and that is for northern Perry County. It is pouring rain right up and down the mighty Coosa River, all the way from Lay Lake down to Lake Mitchell, almost down to Wetumpka here, but nothing severe. And again, it's pouring. And this rain could easily create some flooding issues here. Pouring rain through much of Bibb County, Hale County, Marengo County. But the spot we're watching, it's right here. And again, you can see the polygon is north of Marion. So we'll go in closer and take a look at the velocity display. And again, kind of a broad circulation right in here. Less than impressive for sure. It's not really a classic tornado signature here. And again, that will be moving to the northeast. And that broad circulation will likely cross Highway 5 up toward the Bibb County line. And we'll just see how it all plays out. But it's just kind of a nasty night. Now, speaking of the flooding up there, wanted to show very quickly some video that's come in from the Tennessee Valley. Let's take WEX 05, and again, this is what folks are dealing with up there. This is at Harvest, and some parts of North Alabama have experienced over 4 inches of rain with this system, round 1 and round 2, the round we had last night and the activity we've had today. And that's a drought buster. I mean, I think we actually have a few spots in the state still technically in drought conditions, but this will effectively end all of that. And again, that's how much rain that we've had over the Tennessee and other parts of North Alabama as well. So again, just tremendous issues, and a number of counties up in North Alabama are under flash flood warnings because of that. So back to the radar. And again, we're watching a segment of a big, massive rain and storm. Here's a look at the rain totals for the past 24 hours. Yeah, you see some spots going over 4.5 inches here in parts of southern Madison County, up here in the northeastern part of Cullman County, up around Joppa, Arab and Marshall County. Huntsville about 4 inches. Look at Athens, 4.8. That's almost 5 inches of rain. So that counts the rain we had with round 1 and round 2. And that's the reason the northern third of the state has been under a flash flood watch for this entire event. Of course, the amounts are much lighter down to the south. In fact, there's a look at our flash flood warnings, the polygons in blue. Flash flood warnings cover much of Limestone, Madison, Cullman, Morgan, Marshall, and Jackson counties. So a lot of rain indeed. But the reason we're here, is this particular thunderstorm that is in northern Perry County. And I'm answering Jim down at the Weather Service. He wanted to know where that water video was from. It was from Harvest up in Madison County. So again, we probably got some small hail falling in through here. That's Highway 5 right here. This is US 82 up here from Centerville Brent down to Maplesville, Billingsley, and Prattville. And again, the object of the game is not to be driving. In fact, I wouldn't want to be driving in this mess tonight one way or the other because the rain is so heavy. But with the possibility of a tornado in this, a rain-wrapped tornado, probably not the best idea to be driving. But again, that's just kind of noisy. The thing has clearly gotten very disorganized, and hopefully as it moves into this big rain mass we have, the warning will expire and we will not have any additional warnings from this segment. But again, we stress to the south, anywhere south of Interstate 20, the air is fairly unstable. How are we doing in southwest Alabama, Evan? We had that storm that was coming toward Choctaw County from Mississippi.
Yeah, they let that warning actually expire in Mississippi near Waynesboro and have not picked it up. The Mobile office is responsible for these, and they have just extended severe thunderstorm warnings into Mobile and Washington counties, which these are well to the south. But again, the storm motion today, James, would suggest that anything that forms down here in this general vicinity has a potential to move into our southernmost counties. And way down the line, you look at Tallapoosa County, you look at Clay County, southern Cleburne County, because everything is moving off to the northeast. So as far south as this is, this could end up being an impact later in the night. Again, I think a good chunk of us are probably done. I've had several questions about further north, say up here in the Gadsden area. I don't think, there's no chance, I don't think of anything up in here. I mean, this is all just really, really steady rain. This is the tail end of the line here that's coming up on Fayette, but there's nothing warned on that. And then out ahead of this here, what we have is this big old area of rain that stretches from near Columbiana, south of Lay Lake, and really all the way down through Elmore County. And this looks like this might be what weakens the atmosphere. So there's the tornado warned polygon that's going to move up into southern Bibb, and then it looks like Shelby County. But we just had this move through, which is a big cluster of rain, thunderstorms that, again, is zapping the energy. Earlier in the day, had we had this move through, sun pop back out, you re-destabilize. But there's only so much instability available in the atmosphere to work with. And, a storm works into a part of the atmosphere or surroundings that's been worked over, as we say. It has a much harder time strengthening or holding together. So it looks like they might extend a tornado warning for Bibb. They're talking about that right now down in at the National Weather Service office here. And so that'll be something we continue to watch. Again, this is the southern end, or the southernmost part, extent of this big line that is moving through in an untapped environment here. So something to watch. And really, it's tough to make out here, but you see near Heiberger, there's a little bit of a change in that velocity there. But also down near Kerbville and Morgan Springs, you got several areas that just look a little bit off here. But I think this coming up on Highway 5 here near Heiberger, if there is anything, we'll continue to watch this. But this is going to cross over into southern Bibb. So here's 25, Harrisburg, there's Centerville, and then there's 82 that goes between Maplesville and Centerville. I've actually chased there. Saw a tornado there back in January of 23. But this is, again, conditional on what air mass it moves into here. Ton of lightning, though. Look at that, 500 strikes in the last 10 minutes. I mean, the lightning will not give up here. And unfortunately, again, that's not a severe weather parameter, issuing it for lightning, but it doesn't mean it's not a problem. I know I've lost trees to lightning, had a house struck by lightning. So it can absolutely be something of significance. So it looks like, let's see, they're watching it pretty closely there, John, down with National Weather Service in Birmingham. And this has been a tough call all day because they cycle, as we say. So it'll look strong, then it'll disappear. You pull the warning, and then maybe it re-intensifies. So they may let this ride out here. But this is near Berger, near Highway 5. That is in Perry County, and this is soon to be moving off to the north. I believe Riley is somewhere up near Centerville or Brent. I'm not exactly sure what his trajectory is. I'll try to get that, but if there is anything of note, he's pretty nearby and would be able to check on that. So there, once again, is the velocity, and there's a couple.
And there's our warning extension for Bibb. So let's look at our new tornado warning for Bibb County. This is going to be an extension of the warning that was in effect for Perry County. The warning does include Centerville and Brent. So again, we have kind of broad rotation that's not especially tight coming out of Perry, and that'll be moving up into the southern half of Bibb County. So this will include Centerville, Brent, which of course is right here. That's Alabama Highway 25. It includes 6 Mile, includes Ashby. Again, it does not include West Blockton, which is up here. But that broad rotation is going to be coming up through southern Bibb. So, as a course of least regret, the advice here, it is to respect the polygon and be sheltered. And again, we advise nobody to be in a mobile home during a tornado warning. That's the worst place you could possibly be. It's a marvelous place to live, but it's not a place you want to be during a tornado. You need to be in a community shelter or some type of business that's open 24/7 that can serve as a structure. So no mobile homes and no cars. Cars, horrible place to be during a tornado. Just wait until this passes and then you can get back on your way. And of course, if this continues, it could wind up in Shelby County. And quite frankly, this is reminiscent of one of the tornado paths we had the last time we had a high risk day back on March 25th, 2021. We had a tornado that came basically in this exact same path. It wound up in southern Shelby County coming out near Columbiana and was a long track EF3. I'm not saying that's what we have now. This looks nothing like that based on the radar signature now. If you watched us back on March 25th, 2021, that was a very intense tornado debris signature that we had, and it was a upper end EF3, and that was a rough one. And hopefully this is nothing like that. But having said that, if you're just joining us, we're here because we have tornado warnings in effect now for northern Perry and the southern part of Bibb County. This includes Centerville and Brent. And the tornado warning in effect for Perry County is until 7:30 for the next 15 minutes. And for Bibb County, it's until 8 o'clock tonight. And again, West Blockton not involved in this. Woodstock not involved in this. This is Centerville, Brent, and points to the south and off to the east. And again, this is the main U.S. highway through Bibb County, U.S. Highway 82. And this is all north of Chilton County. And I say north of Chilton County. It might clip northwestern Chilton, which is right in through here, if it holds together. But we'll just have to wait and see. So, and again, it's pretty tough identifying the exact spot they're overly concerned about. It's going to be somewhere right in through here. And again, that'll be rolling through parts of Bibb. So if you're watching us in Centerville, Brent, and of course, Brent, Alabama is, goodness, the first time I ever saw horrific tornado damage was in Brent on May 27th, 1973, when I was in high school. It was a life-changing night. That Sunday night, it was horrific. 5 people died in a horrible F4 tornado. And so Brent is obviously known for that tornado for so long ago. But again, hopefully this thing will dissipate and we can let the warnings go and we'll move on here. But Evan, so far we cannot do that. And it's just a course of least regret. The Weather Service believes it's the right thing to do.
And given the landscape of today, James, where we saw these flare up and what would have not necessarily been a really ideal spot, as I look specifically at that one that moved through parts of Tuscaloosa County and near Gordo and Pickens County. And that one, you had a cell that was in a rain-dominated area. And then out of nowhere, we had these spin ups. So again, we've seen the history. We know the conditions within the atmosphere. We know we've got the favorable wind profiles. What is lacking now to some extent is the ability for us to rebound from an energy standpoint. Rain around for much of the afternoon has caused a general cooling trend in the atmosphere and a stabilizing trend. The sun was out early, and that was very helpful to stuff that initially fired off. But then you have, when it rains, you get these cool air outflow boundaries that spread about, and that has stabilized several spots. But again, right here where you see the gray, which is more of like a neutral, and then the brighter greens, that's your toward your away. So you think about it like a spinning top. If you've got winds going one way, and then winds even marginally going the other way, you've got some rotation in the atmosphere. And this is getting closer and closer to the radar site. So compared to where we first saw this to now, this is a much better sample. Here's your radar right here. This is at the Shelby County Airport, and this is looking right into it. And if nothing else, I'm going to zoom in as tight as I can and look at the lightning strikes. And I think we're about to go on over to Riley here. I just want to get an update on where he is at this time. Riley, where you're at, and then what are you seeing at this point?
Hey Evan, we are currently just off of Highway 82 in the Clayton Home little area. The next exit is the Centerville Brent exit, right beside Bama Direct Automotive, the Walmart, the McDonald's, the Wendy's, right near the turnaround, not far from the National Forest Ranger Station. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of lightning with this storm. And you've been saying it all night. We don't warn for lightning, but I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, it's a light show out here. And looking at radar, it's a very odd-looking system. It's certainly not a classic supercell type storm on radar, but it's certainly trying to spin like a top. We're technically just north of Brent, but I'd say if you live anywhere near the Wendy's, the National Forest Station, near Walmart, near the McDonald's, which is right off of Highway 82, you probably need to go ahead and take shelter. The rain is starting to pick up. Winds are starting to pick up a little bit. Probably just ahead of that. We're not near the circulation right now. And there is a lot of lightning, guys. It is the sky is on fire down here in Bibb County.
Yeah, Riley, thanks for doing that. And if we'll keep a close eye on the radar here. But 226 lightning strikes within this small area, and this is not a huge sample size, but I mean, look at all these lightning strikes here, all through Bibb, as well as extreme northern Perry County. So again, you've got some change in the velocities here. You see more of a neutral. I almost look over here towards Pondville area. Again, there's not a warning for this at all, but you see where we've got a kind of a relative max towards the radar next to a weak away. So you've got, away from the radar, and then, of course, towards the radar. So that, in and of itself, that's where you look for, rotation. And excuse my drawing, I'm not very much of an artist, but near Eli. Okay, so the National Weather Service just talked about what I had circled there. A rogue circulation is what they're calling it. That's exactly, that's a great way to put it, a rogue circulation, because it's a big area where there's not a whole lot happening, but then you look at this, kind of these gates that are, the value's a little bit higher, those brighter greens, and then you got some reds in here. So perhaps something to watch in your ear line. Again, we're not in a warning in this part of Bibb County. It is off to the south, but a ton of lightning. Just a lot going on here in a very small area. So not out of the woods, But you know what? We got nowhere to be. We're gonna keep
Yeah,
watching.
we're
this.
going to stay right here. Saturday night.
Sounds
all right,
fun.
7:21. And the reason we're here, we have a tornado warning in effect for extreme northern Perry and about the southeastern half of Bibb County. This circulation is about 50 miles southwest of downtown Birmingham. And again, a lot of people are asking for the Birmingham Metro. I really think the chance of a tornado for the rest of the night, fairly, not zero, but fairly low, because the air is rain-cooled and stable. But having said that, this little storm here, it's the little storm that could. It's hanging in there despite the fact it's getting into rain-cooled and stable air. So, but the primary threat of tornadoes, we think, for the rest of tonight will be south of Interstate 20, the southern two-thirds of the state. That's where the air is fairly unstable. So let's look at velocity here. That's reflectivity. And obviously, the lightning strikes are tremendous. Notice within the zone here, 600 lightning strikes within the past 10 minutes. That's a lot. And again, you can see that we've got little areas, suspect areas down there on the Bibb-Perry County line where there could be some broad rotation. Not really a classic tornado look, but still, with an upper air pattern and surface pattern like this, you have to kind of watch these things carefully. And again, that'll be coming out towards Centerville, Brent, US 82, and then crossing up, ultimately crossing Highway 25. And of course, the question is, does it impact Chilton or Shelby counties? Chilton County is here. This is Shelby County. And it's a matter of just waiting and seeing. And obviously, where it's now dark and it's just going to be impossible to see anything, it's very, very challenging. And it's been a fairly challenging day today because we've had rain-wrapped tornadoes, but we've had significant damage. But the good news, I've not heard of any serious injuries, and I've heard of no fatalities, despite the activity that we've had today. And again, that is, for us, that's a win. That's the one thing that that's our goal, no loss of life. And again, we've got Highway 25 highlighted here. That runs from Centerville back up toward Montevallo and Calera, intersects with Interstate 65 right here. And we'll just kind of see how this whole thing plays out. And again, looking at the Weather Service chat, I've not seen any sign of any damage reports out of this.
Nope.
Again, most of the issues I'm seeing now are issues up over the northern part of the state where they've got some tremendous amounts of rain up there. We looked at it earlier, over 4.8 up around Athens. That's a lot of rain. I mean, that is a lot of rain here. And we're always thankful for those that take the time to send us photographs and images. And again, we can't show them all on television, but we see them all, and they are greatly appreciated. They really are. So flash flood warning polygons up here. And these are rain totals for the past 24 hours. Pretty good chunk of Cullman County is under a flash flood warning. They've had over 2 inches of rain, about 1.5 inches at Aniana. But the really big numbers are up in the Tennessee Valley, Madison County and Limestone County. You go down here to east central Alabama, places like Wedowee, Roanoke, Ashland, Lineville, Alexander City. They've hardly had a drop of rain today. That's the way it's been. Of course, everybody down here, they'll see some rain later tonight for sure. But again, look at Demopolis. They've gone to almost 4 inches, 3.8 at Demopolis. Some pretty big, impressive numbers there. And again, we've got some flooding issues up north. And again, these polygons up here, these are flash flood warnings, not tornado warnings. The only tornado warning is this one right here for extreme northern Perry and the southeastern half of Bibb County. So in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. And of course, if this thing continues, it might affect extreme northern Chilton and southern Shelby counties. And we'll just have to wait and see. And again, we've had these tremendous amounts of rain falling in here, and the air has been worked over. It's really been worked over today with all the rain we've had. Interesting to note that John DeBlock says we are pre-preparing for a possible need to shelter at the office here in 45 minutes or so. We've called SPC to expedite the next watch update and let Peachtree City know that they might need to get ready to take over for them. And for those that don't know, the National Weather Service in Birmingham is actually located at the Shelby County Airport. You see the donut hole, that's where the radar is located. The Shelby County Airport is just west of I-65, and that's where the Weather Service is located. The NexRad radar site is just east of I-65. And again, with this coming up in their direction, they're looking at the possible need to shelter. And the way it works, when a Weather Service office has to take shelter, a nearby office will take over for them. And in this case, it'd be the National Weather Service in Peachtree City, the office that covers Atlanta and much of Georgia. So hopefully that's not going to happen, and hopefully this thing just kind of fizzles out. But you got to prepare, and that's the one thing here at the TV station. If we have a tornado warning that affects our operation, we put everybody in a stairwell on the main side of the building over here to keep them safe. And while we keep it going, you got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
You got to do what you got to do to stay safe. I'm trying to think the last time the Weather Service in Birmingham had to do this. They've done it many times over the years. But again, hopefully that won't have to happen here. And again, this is a pretty noisy pattern here. It's not looking overly impressive in terms of a tornado. In the velocity display, we've had no reports. Again, I guess if you're going to find a spot to kind of focus on, it's probably going to be this thing right here. This is an interesting site, Pondville. For years and years and years, the primary radar for the state of Alabama was at Pondville. This is Alabama 25, and it sat right there. And it was known as the radar at Centerville, but it was actually in Pondville. And that was a beacon for so long. It was a classic old WSR 57. There was an operation there that was staffed 24/7. The radar was hit on May 27th, 1973 and destroyed. But again, the old building is still there. But for a long, long time, that was the Alabama's primary radar right there near Pondville to the southwest of Centerville and Brent. And those guys, that Sunday night the radar was hit, they had to take shelter in a ditch across the street to protect themselves. And if they wouldn't have done that, it would have been awfully rough. So again, just a kind of a noisy looking signature here on radar. Let's put the reflectivity back on here and let's see if we can get any clues from that. That's the velocity. We'll pop on the reflectivity right now. And there we go. And again, not a lot of clues here. We might have a little small hail in here. The big thing is lightning. And look at the number, 469 lightning strikes in this thing in the past 10 minutes. I mean, it is almost nonstop, and that's pretty impressive. So the lightning is the big show here. But again, as we say, that's not part of the severe criteria. The severe criteria, 58 mile per hour winds or greater, or hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. And of course, if a tornado's down, you're going to have 58 mile per hour winds. But we're just not seeing really strong evidence of that at this point. But it's just absolutely pouring. And hopefully soon we'll be able to kind of clear out Perry County here. I think that's going to happen sooner than later. So again, Evan, so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. With respect to kind of how earlier in the day went, I put on here positive strikes because your more powerful strikes are what we look at as positive strikes, and a lot of times these are your cloud to ground strikes that they can do some damage here. So 106 positive strikes within this mass. You know, in general, a lot of the lightning we see is typically cloud to cloud, but the positive strikes are a lot of times cloud to ground, which can cause some issues, power outages and whatnot. And speaking of that, I just go to our power outage map here very quickly to show, remember, this last event that we had here just a couple weeks ago, we had over 100,000 folks at some points without power. Right now, those numbers are not nearly as significant. Not saying that that's not concerning. 1,000 out in Jefferson County, at Tuscaloosa County, 1,500 in Shelby County. Over in Pickens County, where we had that tornado earlier, that confirmed radar. Again, another 1,000 customers out there. But you know, all things considered here, looking much better with respect to those power outages. So they've canceled the warning for Perry County. So Perry is now in the clear. And again, I think one of the bigger concerns this might just be the lightning.
In fact, let's take Wexo 5. Wexo 5. All right. And again, this is going to be some of the lightning. I want to say this was taken down in Shelby County, but it's been pretty much nonstop. And as the sky, of course, we get dark, it's even more impressive. So basically a nonstop lightning display over much of Alabama tonight. And of course, heavy rain. We've had some small hail. And again, we believe so far we've had 6 tornadoes, 6 today. And the tornadoes have caused some pretty extensive damage in places like Gordo, in Pickens County, Sipsey, and Walker County. But again, we'll get the damage survey work done. We'll find out the EF scale rating of those tornadoes. So let's go back to the radar here. 7:31 And we are watching one lone tornado warning, one in the whole state, and that's in effect here for Bibb County. And again, we're just not seeing a classic tornado signature here. We are not. But again, the Weather Service, just as a course of least regret, they believe that's the right thing to do. And they've got it in place now. They're currently on a coordination call, by the way, with the Weather Service, with the Storm Prediction Center, to see if the tornado watch will be extended after 8 o'clock to include much of East Alabama. The current tornado, let's look at our tornado watch. Evan will pop that. The counties in yellow on this map. This will be our tornado watch. This is in effect until 8 o'clock for the next 28 minutes. And again, you can see this includes Fort Payne, Anniston, Gadsden, Sylacauga, Montgomery, Greenville, Evergreen, Gulf Shores, and points west. The good news we have is the fact that Mississippi is nice and quiet. We've got a thunderstorm warning down in southwest Alabama for parts of Washington and Jackson counties. Clark counties near the community of Jackson. No tornado warning there. Flash flood warning polygons for a large part of northwest Alabama, up in the Tennessee Valley, including down to Cullman County, the counties that are highlighted in the blue polygon. Some folks up here with over 4 inches of rain, and the one lone tornado warning. It's that one. And the question is, will the Storm Prediction Center extend the tornado watch eastward soon? That's a definite possibility. They probably will, but we'll see. But again, what happens, they coordinate with the local Weather Service offices with these watch issuances, and Birmingham is on a conference call with SPC, and we'll find out here in a few minutes if they're going to extend that or not. Gut feeling they probably will based on the dynamics of this thing. And again, if you're in Auburn, Opelika, Roanoke, Dothan, Eufaula, Troy, Luverne, Andalusia, understand the storms ultimately will affect you later tonight, and the risk of a tornado, I think, will continue. So if I had to guess at what's going to happen here, they probably will extend that farther into southeast Alabama until probably maybe 1, 2 a.m., something like that. So again, one warning on the board. Let's take a closer look at our storm in Bibb County. I was looking to see the last time that the Weather Service sheltered. Apparently it was on March 25th, 2021, the last time we had a high-risk day. That was or maybe it was 2011. Okay, I'm sorry, it's 2011. Apparently April 27th, they had to shelter briefly for that one. But we'll see. So again, just a messy mass of rain here. And I have a funny feeling they will not extend this, Evan, but who knows?
It looks like, just as you were saying, that warning coming to the east of the current warning.
Well,
so
there you go.
There's just too much uncertainty, I think, James, as you've talked about, to let it go. There's been, I guess, enough evidence there in the last 10 to 15 minutes to show, okay, we can't confirm that there's absolutely no nonsense or mischief going on, but there's certainly been some weakening, of course. So this is probably coming from Montevallo, Calera, Alabaster, Pelham, Columbiana. Again, I'm just guessing based off of the trajectory of this cell that's where they'll put it. They might put it in extreme northwest Chilton. I'd be surprised based off of kind of the motion of it, but I think it'll be here in central and southern Shelby County. So you'll probably be hearing. Let's see, and it looks like the watch that they're going to issue, the tornado watch that is, and extend, is going to go all the way into Georgia. So the SPC not taking any chances. They're likely to extend that watch all the way into western Georgia. That would probably include much of the Atlanta metro area. And we will watch that here, of course, for our eastern counties that could be involved in that. But right now, just waiting for the tornado warning to be issued.
There's the new warning.
There it is. Oh, further south than I thought. Okay.
It's Chilton.
I would have guessed Shelby County, so I was wrong on that. See what maybe they're looking at. Any thoughts on this this one, James? I'm a little thrown.
It's like, where's Waldo? So we have a new tornado warning in effect, and this is going to be in effect until 8:30. And this is in effect for parts of Chilton County, as you can see behind me, and extreme southeastern Bibb County, northern Chilton, southeastern Bibb, And again, the Weather Service is concerned about this area right in through here. And instead of extending this out into Shelby, they've extended it over into Chilton, which is an interesting extension. But again, some of the communities in the polygon here will include Thorsby and Jemison. This does not include Clanton. And again, understands for some of the older legacy warning systems, they warn countywide. We've not warned by county in a long time. For a tornado, you don't need to do that. Even a large tornado is small compared to a big county. So this is for the northern part of Chilton County. Again, Clanton, you're not in this. Verbena, you're not in this. Enterprise, not the Enterprise in Coffee County, but the Enterprise in Chilton County, you're not involved in this. Stanton, same thing. You're not involved here. Maplesville, well, you might have a Maplesville address, but where the church and the post office and the downtown Maplesville, you're not in this. So again, this is for the northern part of Chilton County, and it kind of joins the existing polygon that is currently over Bibb. And if you are in the polygon, we advise, even though it's not a classic signature here, we advise that you go to your safe place. Based on the weather environment we have tonight, things can happen quickly. So again, a small room, lowest floor, here the center, no windows, helmet, bike helmet's perfect, motorcycle helmet, football helmet, batting helmet, and that's for everybody, not just children. No mobile homes, and that's another problem. I know it's pouring rain, but you do not want to be in a mobile home if you are in a tornado warning polygon. Go to a community shelter or a business that's open now that can serve as a shelter. Many businesses are very kind to let folks come in and just seek shelter from the storm. And once we get this thing out of here, we'll let you know. And hopefully this is the last one of the night for these two counties here, Bibb and Chilton. So this is all about 40 miles or so south of downtown Birmingham. This is not affecting Shelby County. Of course, Shelby County is here. Jefferson County is here. The warnings are for southeastern Bibb and northern Chilton counties. And again, what's this thing right
I
here?
was about to circle
Whoa.
it, James. What's going on there?
Yeah, let's take a look at that. That's a much more interesting signature than the ones we have. And again, that's broad. It's not a tight tornadic type signature, but there's clearly rotation going on here that is in the storm down below Sylacauga. And that's pretty interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if anything happens there. Yeah, no warning in effect. It's broad. Again, that's not really a classic tornado signature, but there's broad rotation going on here within the updraft and within the radar beam. There's no doubt about that. And we'll keep an eye on that. And again, there's not been that much rain over here. The air is still relatively unstable on the eastern side of the state. So it's to watch, and we'll do that. So no warning here for that. The warning is over here for parts of northern Chilton and parts of Bibb counties. Again, yeah, John Brown just texted me, keep an eye on that thing east of Sylacauga.
Yeah.
We all saw it at the same time.
Yeah, it like zoomed out, and I was like, whoa, no, wait a minute there's mischief afoot over, and that might be what we transition towards this evening, is these odd little, we call them sometimes when a line moves through, these eddies, almost where you've got a line going, and maybe one part of it becomes outflow dominated. You get a bit of an inflow notch on one section, and that can cause some rotation within the line. We saw it with a squall line a couple weeks ago, and that can sometimes be something to watch and of note. So again, we will watch this carefully. This is moving into extreme southwestern Clay County. Away from Sylacauga. So Sylacauga, even though this is close to you, this is moving away. If you're in Stewartville, this is also moving away from you here and off to the east. And then, some of these returns here are pretty bright. So, if nothing else, there might be a pretty decent surge of winds here just off of Highway 82 headed towards Randolph. And then, of course, you've got a broad rotation, it looks like, here as well. So you got winds going away from the radar in the red. So to give you an idea of how that rotation works, there's away from the radar towards 82, and then towards the radar in the green, and that combination of that change in wind direction over a short period is what gives you that rotation. So this is likely the best looking rotation within here, if I had to guess, moving forward. So this would be headed towards Oakley. Here's Highway 25. So this would be headed in that general direction, perhaps towards Ashby on this current trajectory. And then right now it looks like what's happening in Chilton County. I don't see anything really of note. Perhaps This area here, again, you get maybe a surge in your winds, but I don't see really anything of note with rotation. You know, we can pixel query here some of these potential wind speeds, and again, this is going to be a little bit off the ground because this radar site here, we're pretty close, but this kind of gives an idea of what the winds are doing just above the surface. So you've got, you know, 60, 70 mile an hour wind above the surface. You know, translated down, it's a good bit slower than that, but there's some pretty strong winds aloft still with these cells moving forward here. Now this notch, James, looking a little bit more interesting here. Probably the best it's looked in quite some time. So this is Antioch here. 82 is going to be just to the south. So here's 82. I don't think you have an issue if you're on 82. This is going to be State Route 139 that runs south to Randolph and Tucker. It goes up to Oakley and Ashby, and I think this might be kind of where this is headed, James. And what do you think about this area here in general?
That's probably the best circulation we have seen here with this particular thunderstorm in a while. And again, this is well to the east of Centerville, Brent, and again, that will be kind of crossing over into the northern part of Chilton County. And again, that's the reason for the warning here. So again, evidence, we've got circulation right here that is located to the east of Centerville, Brent. That'll be crossing 139, which is this road right here. This goes from Briarfield down to Randolph and ultimately Maplesville. And then that will be crossing over into the northern part of Chilton County over here. So we'll just see how it all plays out. And again, if you're in the polygon, the best thing to do is to totally respect that and stay sheltered. I know it's inconvenient. It's not exactly the Saturday night party that you're looking for, but it's the right thing to do. And again, we've had no loss of life today. We have had no serious injuries today, and we can celebrate that. That's a win for us on days like this, and that's the reason we do what we do, is trying to prevent folks from getting hurt and somebody losing a loved one in a family. We've had way too much loss of life on my watch in 47 years, and we've come a long way. And I think one thing that's really helped us, it's the integrating social science with what we do. These brilliant social scientists have helped us in the communication, in the messaging. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not
Wow.
sure what that sound is. Oh, there's a tornado warning now for Shelby County. I'm not sure if that was correlated with what you just heard there, but the National Weather Service is pulling the trigger on that.
Okay. So it looks like the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to
There it is.
issue a tornado warning for Shelby County.
I think it's going to be for this thing that we were just talking about, James.
Yeah, I think you're right. That is the reason that Shelby County is under warning. I think the Chilton warning is for another issue here. So again, we have pretty well-defined circulation that's located right here, not too far from Ashby in Bibb County, and that is moving up to the northeast. And that circulation will take it near the Shelby County Airport. And again, that's where the Weather Service is located here. So let me kind of go through who's in and who's out. So in Shelby County, this is obviously a very densely populated county. In Shelby County, Montevallo, Calera, Columbiana, Wilsonville, you're all in the polygon. Chelsea is in the polygon, Alabaster, and Pelham. Westover is in the polygon. And really, it includes a pretty good chunk of Shelby County. A pretty decent part of the county is involved in the warning here. Harpersville is not. Westover is not. This is US 280, so again, nothing here. And again, this is for a circulation that is over Bibb County that's moving northeast, and that will be moving pretty close to Montevallo and the Shelby County Airport, and then coming out in this region here between Chelsea and Columbiana, right around County Road 47 right here. And so we'll see how the whole thing plays out. Again, the dynamics are very strong tonight. The thermodynamics, maybe not the strongest, but the dynamics are very impressive, and the wind fields favor tornado formation. Again, Evans highlighting Interstate 65 right here. So again, you got a little TDS very close to that couplet. So let's go back to the couplet, yeah, and let's go to the CC, correlation coefficient product, and that could be in fact, it looks like they've identified that as a confirmed tornado now. So now we have a confirmed tornado. This is probably a small one, but it could get bigger. So a tornado is down in Bibb County, south of Alabama 25, 6 miles here. That's Alabama Highway 139 that runs from Briarfield down to Randolph. And this potential tornado is going to be moving to the northeast like this. And again, with a lowered CC product like that, that represents debris that is being lofted by the tornado. And what's going to happen, the Weather Service in Birmingham is going to give control to the Weather Service in Atlanta, Peachtree City, so they can seek shelter. And understand, they do the same thing we all do. They respect the polygon at the National Weather Service, and they're going to be going to their shelter. And again, they're located right here. This is the Shelby County Airport location, the Weather Service. So now control goes to the Weather Service in Atlanta. And I guess, Evan, we'll have to go to the Peachtree City chat session over here. And I rarely get on that one, but I am over there right now. And we have a new tornado watch coming as well, and we'll show you that here in just a second. But so it's kind of a complicated situation here. We have a pretty good indication of what could be a tornado. In fact, it is. We're seeing debris being lofted right here. And this will be moving northeast up into, it could clip the far northwestern part of Chilton County, and then it comes up into Shelby County. And again, the communities in the path of this would include Montevallo, Calera, Saginaw, Alabaster, and most likely it comes out near or north of Columbiana. Chelsea is in the polygon. Wilsonville is in the polygon. So this is the time where you do what you've been practicing all week. If you're in Shelby County, we want you to go in your home to your safe place. If you have a site-built home, that's a small room on the lowest floor near the center, away from windows. Pop on a helmet, a bike helmet if you have one, which is perfect. If not, a batting helmet, a football helmet, a motorcycle helmet. For an infant, we like a car seat. That's preferable for an infant. And stay in that safe place until we give an all clear. If you live in a manufactured home, we want you to leave and go to a community shelter or a business that is open that will let you shelter because you can't ride out this thing in a trailer, a mobile home. So again, just got a text from Spruce McCree. He is the fire chief down at Briarfield. And again, Briarfield is just north of the tornadic circulation here. He sent me some video. We'll show that here in a second. So again, Evan has the tornadic circulation hitting I-65 near the Shelby County Airport about 8:04. It's right now 7:49. And he's got it coming out toward U.S. Highway 280 around Chelsea at 8:20. So again, that's the current projected path of this circulation. And if you're just joining us, if you've not been watching today, we've had, I believe, at least 6 tornadoes. And probably we're going to have more before the night is over. It looks like we might wind up with 7, 8, 9, or 10. And this is certainly one of them. There's no doubt debris is being lofted right now. So let's go back down to this and look at the correlation coefficient product again, the debris tracker, if you will. And we're getting a good low-level slice because the radar is so close. The radar is right up here, and it's right there. This would be the debris that is being lofted.
That's a continued tornado warning, I believe. I'm not sure where that sound is coming from, to be honest.
That is the most bizarre sound I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but that is for Shelby County, continuing the tornado warning.
Okay, this is not a new one. That's just...
I don't think so, but we are transitioning right now over to Peachtree City, so there could be a lull in the communication.
Right. Sometimes they do duplicate warnings if we've got another office that's taking over. But again, you see the spot right here, the lowered correlation coefficient. That represents something that's not a hydrometeor. It's not a raindrop. It's not an ice pellet. It's not a hailstone. It's something different. And in this case, it would be leaves and limbs and parts of trees being lofted by the tornado. And this product is really, really good. It's a game changer. We honestly didn't think the product would be that good when dual polarization radar came online, but it's really excellent. And the tornado is about to cross Highway 139 below Briarfield. And again, I'll show some video from Spruce here in just a second. And that will be clipping the northwestern part of Chilton County and then moving up into Shelby County. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for a pretty good chunk of Shelby County. In addition, we've got the tornado warning that is in effect for parts of northern Chilton, and again, for Perry, we'll give you an all clear on that. We've had some issues today with tornadoes, understand, and we want everybody to be sheltered. Let's go to WEX 05 if we can. We'll take a look at this together. Again, this is coming from Spruce McCree down at Briarfield, looking down into that segment where the correlation coefficient drop, the debris signature is located, and obviously it's going to be really hard to see anything. You have to wait for lightning to illuminate a tornado, and if the tornado is rain wrapped, you're not going to see it much anyway. But again, that's what it looks like down in the extreme northern part of Bibb County at Briarfield, looking down 139, down toward that tornado signature that we're seeing on radar now. So let's go back to the radar here, and again, we have purple flashing polygons, which means a confirmed tornado, and that's the spot right there that we're concerned about. That represents the tornadic circulation. We're seeing the debris being lofted, and that's going to be moving up in the direction of Calera, Montevallo, and understand tornadoes are relatively small compared to a county, even a big one. And obviously not everybody in the polygon will be affected by this, but the larger polygons allow for room for error here. So again, Evans circulation highlighted here just south of Ashby along Highway 139. It's right on 139 right now. And that'll be clipping northwestern Chilton, just south of Wilton. And most likely it stays a little south of Montevallo, but we'll see. We'll have to see how the trajectory is. It depends on what component, northward component of motion we have here. And we'll watch a few volume scans. We'll have a pretty good idea. But again, if you are in the polygon in Shelby County, Pelham, Alabaster, Columbiana, Wilsonville, Calera, Maline, Wilton, Montevallo, you need to be sheltered. And again, I know it's not the most exciting thing to do on a Saturday night, but sometimes it is what it is. And hopefully this thing will dissipate and we can tell you can come out, but as long as you're in the polygon, just stay sheltered. Looks like, Evan, it may be losing its definition a little bit on that last volume scan.
Yeah, if we go back, one prior to this, or even, two, I want to take this back about 15 minutes and look at how tight that circulation is right here. So watch that, and then I'm going to move this forward to where we're at right now. And certainly there's now, it's broad, but then there's this thing right here. You got this little maximum of winds coming towards the radar here, and if we see how fast the winds are there, and again, this is pretty close to the radar site. Wow. Again, this is going to be off the surface, but we're close to the actual radar site here, and you've got winds showing on that gate there of 123 miles an hour towards the radar. So again, that's not going to be at the surface, but aloft you've got some very strong winds here. And so if nothing else, that's the other thing too, is that you don't necessarily have to have a tornado for there to be significant damage with this. I know a lot of people, they're like, oh good, it's only straight line winds. Well, straight line winds can do plenty damage. I lost my fence and a tree in the last event. The winds were not that strong. So again, if that is the case here, we'll continue to just a couple suspicious areas here. This is, again, an extreme northwestern Chilton County coming into Shelby County, and the warning initially, I believe, was for this circulation that has now become completely obstructed near Briarfield, absolutely falling apart. And honestly, this circulation in place here might be the reason for that, as this is amped up here. So we'll continue to watch this again. Some very strong wind readings on here. And again, this will be above the surface, but when you take a 70, 80, 90 mile an hour wind aloft at a couple thousand feet and you bring it down to the surface, it can still do some damage. So again, areas here in parts of Shelby County, in northern Chilton County, that is what this warning is for. You're seeing these are all pink. That's because this was a confirmed tornado. We had a tornado debris signature. I think that's up to 7 now that we can say have had some sort of signature and some sort of track. Zoom in over here. Again, we're very close to the radar site, so we're getting some great views of what is happening here right now in parts of Alabama. So it looks like if you're over near Pea Ridge, you might be just north of it, but even this is a little suspicious. This certainly is not anything tight, but you're starting to see more of these little eddies, these bizarre looking setups on our velocity product here, and that's exactly how this other one started, was a little eddy in there, and then it ended up being a confirmed TDS that we saw here. So again, all of this is moving off to the northeast, and again, they prog the speed of these at about 50 to 55. That is how fast some of us go down I-65. So with that in mind, I mean, think about how quickly you could get from Calera up to
We got
Pelham.
a tornado warning for Talladega, Calhoun.
Is that cell
Clay.
we were looking at earlier?
Yeah, but that's the one we were looking at earlier. So again, this is a new tornado warning. This is in effect for parts of Clay and Calhoun counties in East Alabama. And again, the circulations are fairly ill-defined. They're coming and they're going. It makes it really hard on us. But again, Evan is showing the broad region of concern here. And again, there's multiple circulations, broad circulations. That's Highway 77 here. But let's kind of show who's in and who's out with this tornado warning for East Alabama. The tornado warning includes Oxford. It does not include Anniston. It clips Interstate 20 and points down to the south. And again, Talladega on the border, Oxford on the border, and it goes down into parts of Clay County, northwest of Millerville. It does not include Ashland. It does not include Lineville, which is over here. So again, this is fairly rural parts of Clay, Talladega, and Calhoun counties in East Alabama. So, and we should mention a small part of Cleburne County is involved in this as well. The boot heel of Cleburne County is in this, and this would include Chehaw State Park. So Chehaw State Park is involved in this. So again, this is another tornado warning in effect for East Alabama. And again, you can see Highway 21 right here. That runs from Munford and Oxford down to Talladega, Highway 77 right here. And of course, whenever we call out these highways, we're encouraging people not to be driving on them. You don't want to be in a car. And if you are in a mobile home, a trailer, this is where you need to go to your designated shelter or a business that is open 24/7 that can serve as a shelter. In a site-built home, you're going to go to a small room near the center, lowest floor, away from windows, pop on the helmet. We looked at the images, and it seems like a lot of folks were able to get bike helmets this week. So again, a tornado warning in effect now for parts of East Alabama's Cleburne, Clay, Talladega, and Calhoun counties. Now in Calhoun County, the only part is the far southern part of Calhoun County, Oxford. This does not include Anniston or points north. Jacksonville, Piedmont, you're not involved in this. Wellington, Alexandria, you see it just barely clips southern Calhoun County right here. And again, we've got just multiple spots where there could be a brief tornado going on here. So this is the tornado warning for East Alabama. Let's go back to the Shelby County warning. And again, at one point we had a TDS here, a tornado debris signature, and we've lost that now. It's just, that doesn't represent debris being lofted, so we have lost the signature here. So there's a chance the tornado is dissipated. But again, the Weather Service, and I understand what they're trying to do. They don't want to cancel a warning and then it comes back and you reissue the warning 3 minutes later. They're trying to be consistent with this. So the warning for Shelby County will continue. So let's expand this out. Let me just kind of, again, explain who's in and who's out here. So you've got eastern Bibb, northern Chilton, and a pretty good chunk of Shelby County involved in the warning here. It's the central and southern part of Shelby County. It does not include places over here like Sterrett and Vandiver. It includes Chelsea and points to the south, down to Columbiana, Calera, and back up to Helena and Pelham. Bibb has been taken out, which is good. So Bibb County is now officially out of this polygon. So we have northern Chilton, that includes Jemison and Thorsby, and Shelby County under a tornado warning polygon. It is not a well-defined signature. It's pretty noisy. A lot of times we'll be on here, we can tell you this thing is near a certain barn, it's near a Walmart, it's near a barbecue joint. That's going to be kind of hard to do for this one. And again, Evan is showing what looks to be a pretty good circulation near Calera.
Maybe.
And again, this thing is very close to the actual radar site, but that might be it. And again, that's very close to Interstate 65. And of course, that keep on going. That's Highway 25 right here going up toward Columbia. And again, that's Interstate 65 we're marking off here. I've heard of no damage. Have you so far from this?
No, the only talk is still going back to when this cell that initially was warned well back to the south crossed Highway 14, well down in parts of Perry and Hale counties. But no conversation with this, and you know, it's weird. I'm jumping back between chats here because we've got some stuff coming into the Birmingham chat, and some of it's going into Peachtree. So it looks like the one that's in Talladega County has weakened some, but it could pulse back up. This one, before DeBlock had signed off, said that this is what to watch northern Chilton into southern Shelby for a possible ramping up. And I think that's that cell right near Calera, which is going to come, I mean, right over the National Weather Service office. And if that's not telling that the National Weather Service gets to their safe place, I don't know what is. They're some of the smartest people in our business of weather, and they know to take shelter. So again, it's a little bit messier as you get up here into Shelby County. You got a lot of junk kind of going on right here, but nothing that looks too significant, at least as of right now defined. You've got a weak signature right in here between Montevallo and Valley Junction. Then this is the other one I think of note that's near Calera. And this is, I mean, basically parallel to I-65, and will eventually, I think, move off and cross I-65 really close to the radar site. So hopefully we don't lose any radar data. That would not be good. But this is going to cross, I mean, almost dead even with the radar site along 65, and eventually into central Shelby County. For folks who are asking questions about Hoover, I understand that Hoover's right there on the line. Shelby, Jefferson, you are not included in any of this. In fact, you got to go down to 119 or so to get into that polygon. That's like the Indian Hills area. You go, you know, I-65 south towards the Pelham exit, and then you take, you know, 119 all the way over to Inverness, and eventually you get over to 280. That's the extreme, like, northwestern part of this warning here. So again, this comes out over near, you got Asbury Church here. Eventually you get to 280. That's right where Asbury is, and then this runs over the big hill towards Chelsea, and Chelsea is included in this confirmed tornado warning polygon. So this is moving in that general direction. But as of now, if you live in Hoover, if you live in Roebuck, in Helena, you are just outside of this polygon. Indian Hills, you are the very edge, the boundary of this polygon, and we'll continue to watch this. It does look like if you're down in Chilton County, they've not cleared let's see, they've not cleared this warning just yet. An odd report here, James, in Clanton, reports of fish sucked out of creeks, Sumter County.
I question that.
I don't know.
They misspell Sumter.
I know, that takes away credibility.
Yeah, I don't, we're going to figure that one out
We'll
later.
pass on that.
And again, what's happening, the Weather Service in Peachtree City, Georgia has taken over for the Weather Service in Birmingham, and that the Weather Service in Birmingham, they are in the polygon and they are seeking shelter at this point. So again, we're getting the warnings from Peachtree City, and again, they have gotten over on the Birmingham chat. It's kind of a confusing time when these things happen, but we're watching right below the radar here where we could see potential for a possible tornado. And often when you get that close to the radar, the data can be kind of flaky. But again, we're watching right along Interstate 65, right below the Shelby County Airport, for the potential of a tornado here that's moving to the northeast. And again, if you're in a polygon, we tell people on a day like this with a high, I will say they did drop the high risk. We now have a level 4 out of 5 risk. The high risk has been dropped on the latest update, but it really doesn't matter at this point. The dynamics are very impressive, and on a situation like this, if you go on a tornado warning polygon, take it seriously and do the right thing and be sheltered here. So, and again, you're seeing those pretty extreme winds right there by the radar site that could represent possibly a little tornado right in through here. But that also could be some side load contamination when it's so close to the radar site. So let's expand this out once again. Let me just kind of, a lot of questions about who's in this thing and who's not in this thing. So you can see that the boundary up here is basically at Chelsea, then coming up toward Highland Lakes, and then it begins to kind of curve down Valleydale Road. It comes all the way up to US 280 around Inverness in Dreamland, and then it goes down Valleydale Road. South of Valleydale Road, and then south of US 280, that's where the warning is in effect. If you're north of US 280, then places like Mount Laurel, Greystone, you're not in this warning. You're not in the polygon. Now, this could be expanded later, and you could be in the polygon, but you're not at this point. And over here you got Sterrett and Vandiver. Clearly they're out of this. The community of Calcis on Highway 25, no polygon here. So again, the polygon for Shelby County, a pretty good chunk of the county, but not the entire county. And again, that's for the possibility of what could be a small tornado very close to the Shelby County Airport, moving northeast, and that'll be coming up in the direction of the US 280 corridor right here. So that is our warning for Shelby County. And again, down to the south, there's a warning in effect for parts of Chilton County as well. And again, we're having a really hard time identifying any hot spots down here in Chilton County, but as long as you see that polygon, you want to stay sheltered. The other polygon, it's over here located in Talladega County, a small part of Clay County. And I said earlier Cleburne was in this, and I take that back. It looks like they've taken that out. So Cleburne County is not in the polygon at this point. Cheaha State Park is right here, so Cheaha not in the warning polygon. And it looks like they've adjusted it a good bit. So it's a fairly narrow polygon that does include the city of Munford. The city of Talladega is in this, but really and truly our circulation, Evan, it's hard to find over here.
Yeah, really hard to find.
This is tough.
I want to make a note, though, over here. John DeBlock had just posted a minute or two ago, and that's why I zoomed into this, of gate-to-gate winds within this one of, I believe, 107 miles an hour. And let's see, I lost where it was. But basically, if you're near the Calera Walmart, take shelter because there was a pulse up. Now, again, as you mentioned, James, this is very close to the radar. So 107 mile an hour wind inbound, 41 outbound. And we are close to the radar site, but as this got closer, it certainly looked as if there was some sort of rotation. So this is State Route 70 and 31 as that intersects. In fact, I went to a very impressive Halloween display down there, and I know right where that is. So this is just outside of that split there where 31 is next to I-65, and then you've got the Shelby County Airport exit. That is right where this is, and several things of possible mischief and concern within this scan. Another one maybe just off to the south and west, less pronounced near Roberta.
We're getting reports of damage in Calera now.
Okay, yeah, that.
And that's from Shelby County 911.
So that would stand to reason.
An entire trailer gone on 13th Street. And this is why we tell people don't be in a trailer. You can't be in a trailer during a tornado warning polygon. So again, reports from Shelby County 911 on 13th Street in Calera, a trailer is gone. Exactly what that means, we don't know. Hopefully nobody was injured. But we're getting reports of damage in Calera. And again, you can see that the couplet, it's literally right by the radar site here. And again, it kind of was very close to the Walmart there in Calera, and it's close to Highway 70, which goes over to Columbiana. So again, reports of damage continue to come in Calera. Weather Service in Birmingham is sheltered. They are sheltered at this point. Control has gone to the Weather Service in Peachtree City. So again, that's the situation here, and we're lucky the radar didn't get hit. That's the last thing you want to do is have your radar taken out by a tornado. So let's expand this out, Evan, and I want to show the two different areas of concern. We've got the polygon in East Alabama for Talladega and Calhoun counties, and a very small part of Clay County. And again, we're having a hard time finding any evidence of a tornado over here right now. This might be expiring pretty soon. And then we've got evidence of a tornado right in through here that's come through Calera, and that's moving in the direction of Columbiana and ultimately US 280, which is right here. And also there's a warning that extends down into northern Chilton County as well. And these things have been pulsing. They come and they go, they come and they go. And so even if you don't see a strong signature on radar, the best thing to do is to stay sheltered. So again, everybody in Shelby County, Columbiana, Calera, and again, I think soon we can give an all clear to areas west of I-65. I'm not ready to do that yet, but again, just stay sheltered all the way up to Highway 280 at Chelsea and Highland Lakes. Again, Harpersville, you're not in this. Yes, sir.
I'm just looking here. It looks like a Calera police say that a trailer park was hit directly there near Calera. That's from Calera PD. And then also Munford is confirming that there was a tornado on the ground near Munford. So that would be talking about this particular cell, James, that we've said looks pretty disorganized. So That's from the emergency management. Andy McWilliams is saying that. Munford VFD confirms tornado on the ground near Mumford. So that's coming up to Highway 21 right here. This will be just to the south and west of Cheehaw Acres and to Oxford. So again, it does not look impressive on radar, but that does not mean that there's not something there, as we've seen at times today. It does not need to be a great signature for it to pop down very quickly. But very concerning here, James, that there was that report of a direct hit to a trailer park down near Calera, because...
And this coming from John Talbot. John's one of our sky watchers, and he's very good at monitoring scanner traffic. And again, John is reporting that a tornado has hit a trailer park in Calera, and we don't have any additional details. We don't know if anybody's been injured, but again, that's it sounds pretty serious. And again, that's the Shelby County storm that is moving out of Calera and then moving up in the direction of Columbiana and then ultimately in the direction of Highway 280. And again, you can see that, watch it flare right in through here. You'll see Evan kind of back it up, and it came right in through here, just kind of south of the radar site, right down here. And again, that was
right over Calera.
Yeah. Wow. But it's faded a bit, which is good, and hopefully it's lifted. But again, based on the damage reports we're getting, you still need to be sheltered. So again, and we have a new tornado warning coming for Chilton, Dallas, and Autauga counties. So let's go down to the south very quickly. And again, this is a tornado warning that's in effect for northern Dallas, for a large part of Chilton, and for a small part of Autauga County. This would include Clanton. This will include Thorsby, Maplesville. This will include Billingsley, Valley Grande. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect now. The tornado indicator is pretty close to Mulberry Creek. Mulberry Creek is the border between Autauga and Dallas counties. And this particular tornado circulation is going to be coming out into Chilton County, crossing US 82. So now we are asking those of you in Chilton County to be sheltered. This would include Clanton. Again, this would include Maplesville in Autauga County. This would include Billingsley, Pletcher in Chilton County, and Isabella right by the school. So again, if you are in Chilton County, northwest Autauga County, and extreme northern Dallas County, be sheltered. And we should mention that we're simulcasting on Birmingham Radio now, which is extremely helpful. We're on Summit Media stations, including WZZK and the entire group, 104.7. And we're thankful for that. So if you're just joining us by radio or television, we're working multiple tornado warnings here. So again, the newest warning, it's the warning for a large part of Chilton County, northwest Autauga County, northern Dallas County. That includes Clanton. Let's look at our Shelby County storm. We have a tornado warning in effect now for a large part of Shelby County. We've had reports of major damage at Calera. A tornado passed just south of the Weather Service radar site. We've had reports that a trailer park has been hit. Beyond that, we don't have details. And first responders are, of course, responding to that. And that circulation is going to be coming up to US 280 corridor up in the general direction of Chelsea. And again, Chelsea is the northern extent of this warning. Now, quite frankly, the signature doesn't look that impressive, but we've had tornadoes get down with very unimpressive signatures with this event. But if it stays down, the tornado is going to be close to Highway 280 around Chelsea by 8:27 this evening. So again, that's in about 12 minutes or so. So we've got the tornado warning in effect for much of Shelby County for this storm. And let's look at the storm in East Alabama. We have a tornado warning in effect now for a pretty good chunk of Talladega County and a small part of Calhoun County. This will include the city of Oxford. It does not include the city of Anniston. This includes the city of Munford. And again, we're not seeing strong evidence of a tornado here, but there have been reports, Evan, of a tornado near Munford.
Yeah, that's what it said in the chat. But Birmingham's very good about confirming this after that, so I don't know if that wasn't an entirely reliable source there or what it was coming from. I just saw that in the chat. But this is still being shown as a just regular tornado warning, not a confirmed warning near Mumford. And you look at this, and there's not anything really of note. You have some basically neutral or stagnant winds, and then you've got some winds moving away from the radar. So yeah, maybe little eddies here and there, but the general threat there does not look very threatening. Other thing I want to note, report that there was a touchdown near the Calera Walmart, and that would verify with what John DeBlock said right before they took shelter, was that this was headed, I mean, straight towards Calera, the Walmart, and straight towards, I mean, the center of Calera. I mean, it moved through there quickly, and it had a very tight signature for being that close to the radar. It was well defined. Now we're seeing it, the buildup. And remember, we started this by saying if we're going to see anything, it's going to be to the south of I-20. And so far, that is exactly what we've seen. Now, did we expect there to be this many to the south of I-20? Maybe not. I thought we were kind of on the downward trend. But this goes to show this whole area of East Alabama has been far, removed from the rain today, which means that there's a lot more energy to play with here in the atmosphere. We didn't have the rain cool there. We didn't have the hours of showers like we did up here to the north. And just to zoom out and give some positivity here really quickly, if you're watching us and you're in Jasper or Tuscaloosa or anywhere in Hale County, Greene County, Pickens, Fayette, Lamar, Marion, Winston, this is all clear. You're all clear up here. I'd even venture to say, you get up towards Aniana and Cullman, this is in the clear. Again, this is the last batch, and it looks like it's going to miss Birmingham to the south. Again, St. Clair County, Pell City, over near Anniston, Jacksonville, Weaver, all still possible in here. Gadsden, I don't know that these cells can make it that far north, but we'll have to watch there. Once you get up towards Fort Payne and Center, it's just a very stable atmosphere. I think this sector right here, and this extends even, if you're watching us down in the Montgomery market, near Prattville, near Millbrook, we'll have to watch this stuff back to the west because, again, this is still the type of setup where these could intensify. This was a cell that had a tornado warning on it back when it was in Mississippi, near Waynesboro, Mississippi. And again, this would be headed off in general northeasterly direction towards Prattville by about 9:30, 9:40. So we'll watch that one closely. But as we've talked about, we've got the warnings right here. I'm going to zoom back into these, starting with the Shelby County warning and switch on our velocity here. And again, there's still some suspect areas, but this is a much broader, much weaker rotation than what we saw a little bit ago. Again, I'll back up the radar here. This was kind of scary going through Calera here. Notice we've got that bright green and red. That is not good at all. And the reports that we've had coming out of Calera says that the Walmart and a trailer park in the vicinity were both struck by. So don't know anything else other than that.
Yeah, Riley's going to be there in a few minutes. And here's a disturbing report we noticed from the weather server from the Shelby County 911. They're reporting people screaming for help on Riviera Drive in Calera.
Wow.
And again, apparently there's been a call for extra help. More Shelby County deputies are coming into Calera to assist with the local Calera police. And we've got some power lines down and some structural damage. So again, as soon as we get the live shot up from Riley, we will pass that along. But again, we've obviously had some very significant damage in Calera. And again, we've got Shelby County, much of the county under a tornado warning. Stay sheltered. Again, we've got a tornado warning in effect for much of Chilton County. This would include Clanton. This is for a circulation that's coming out of northern Dallas County, and that's crossing U.S. Highway 82 right below Maplesville, and that will be coming right up in the general direction Clanton. So again, if you're in Clanton, you want to stay sheltered, and this includes Thorsby as well. Isabella, right by the school here. Verbena, you're not quite in the polygon here. It does include Enterprise, not the Enterprise in Coffee County, the one in Chilton County, but this circulation should be in Clanton at about 8:39 this evening. So again, Chilton County stays sheltered. Let's jog it up and look at Shelby County, and again, we'll see if the Weather Service is going to extend this. The Weather Service at Birmingham, they have taken up warning operations again, so now that the circulation is past their location, they are back in business, and again, we'll start to see the warnings being trimmed. And again, we just can't show any strong evidence of a tornado here. There's some broad rotation in through here, but you saw that thing really flared. It flared and it looked like there was a TDS for a minute right on the southern edge of the radar. See it right? Watch the colors get really bright right there coming through Calera. And it kept on moving east, and then it just kind of slowly faded from there. And at this point, we're not seeing much in the way of strong wind velocities. So we have reason to believe that the tornado that hit Calera has dissipated, but it could come back down again. You can see wind velocities are only in the 6 mile per hour bracket, to and fro the radar. So that's very manageable, and that's not any evidence of a tornado here. So again, we'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend the warning for Shelby in any way. But again, where is Riley now, Evan?
I think he's headed. So last I heard, he was headed down south to the Calera area. So
I mean, where's he now? Do we know his current location?
I do not know his current location. I will work on that right now.
Okay. He's in Hoover. Okay. So he should be in Calera pretty soon at the Walmart. And again, as soon as we get some, and again, for those of you, and here comes a new tornado warning for Shelby County. So let's watch this together, and we'll see if the warning covers the rest of Shelby County. And it does, okay? So this is going to include the rest of Shelby County. So now if you are along and north of US 280, then you need to be sheltered. This would include Mount Laurel, Greystone, Shoal Creek, Dunavant, and Sterrett. All of these neighborhoods in through here. The same ones hit March 25th, 2021. So again, it's now time to be sheltered for those communities. And again, I will have to text my wife, Evan, because she needs to be sheltered now.
Yep. Riley's wife also taking shelter. She is in Clanton. So, you know, obviously there's priorities precedent here. I continue to get kind of some disturbing reports from Shelby County 911, heavy debris on I-65. That would make sense. You know, you hit a trailer park, you know, that lands on 65, debris in Highway 31 in Calera. So this is all part of the same system that's moving off to the north here, James. And this is eerily similar. The March 25th, I believe it was, 2021, you had these tracks through Shelby County. I think it was one that passed through, I remember Helena, that amphitheater getting hit pretty directly. And then, of course, this crossed over 280. And eventually hit parts.
Hey, Jennifer, I'm sorry. Jennifer, I was going to get our folks, we are in this polygon here in our building here, and I was going to get our folks on the other side to go shelter in the stairwell on the other side of the building. If you could tell her.
Shelter in the stairwell, if we can.
Right, stairwell on the other side of the building. And again, yes, and leave Evan's mic up. And we will tell you guys when you can come back. So we're going to send the crew into our safe place here. It's like the Weather Service did that, and again, we're going to do that here as a course of least regret. The tornado warning, Evan, it looks like it clips us right here.
Yeah,
and we got
right
the
on
alarm
the edge
for it. And again, listen, if we don't respect the polygon, how do we expect you to respect the polygon? We all need to do that. So again, we're going to send our folks into a stairwell on the other side, which is part of our plan here. So we have lost our director, and we've lost the producer, and we've lost the ability for us to show things. Here's a report of a person entrapped in a vehicle on Interstate 65 south of the 231 exit, but they're not injured. And that could be perhaps a tree that's fallen down on a vehicle. But again, we've clearly got evidence that a significant tornado has come through Calera. Debris on Highway 31 in Calera. Heavy debris on I-65 in Calera. So again, this is very strong evidence. We've had a report of a trailer park hit. We've had reports of people screaming for help on Riviera Drive in Calera, and it sounds like a pretty bad situation. And again, as soon as we get Riley there, and again, we are going to have our folks that will be, hey, John Brassfield, I will text you when it's time for they can come out over there. All right, I'll text John. John's our chief engineer, and again, I'm thankful for our entire staff that is here tonight.
A lot of folks behind the scenes.
Right, and they've been here. I've been here for a couple of days. They've been here for a couple of days, nonstop as well. So again, the warnings we have now. Again, the new warning is for the rest of Shelby County, and again, that would include places like Mount Laurel and Greystone and Shoal Creek, Dunavant, and Sterrett. So this is the new warning for Shelby County. This is an extension of the current warning, and this is really based on the fact that we've had so much damage in Calera. And again, We're seeing more reports of damage in Calera, but it's been pretty rough. We're starting to see some again disturbing reports. We don't, and again, one thing we're not going to do here, we're not going to tell you what we don't know. We will tell you what we have confirmed and we do know. So again, tornado warning in effect for basically all of Shelby County. All of Shelby County is under a tornado warning, and again, this will include areas north of US 280 all the way up to Leeds. Parts of Leeds is in Shelby County. And if it continues, the warning could be extended into parts of St. Clair County. In East Alabama, we have a tornado warning that's in effect for parts of Talladega. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a pretty large area here. This is for the possibility of, you see the bow-shaped echo here. That's for the possibility of damaging straight-line winds. So a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for parts of Talladega, northern Coosa County, for the possibility of strong winds coming through. But again, the tornado warning continues in effect for parts of Talladega, a small part of Clay County, and a small part of Calhoun County over here. Again, we're not really seeing a specific spot where we can identify a tornado here, Evan, but again, it's based on what's happened today. If you're in a polygon, just stay sheltered.
Yeah, they've come up quick. They've cycled, they've gone away, they've come back, sometimes a little more ferocity than what they had before. And again, this is the latest warning. I just thought I would try to get a little squall track on here. I know several people that live in the Stewartville, Sylacauga area, and that is right where this is headed. So this is moving at about 50, 55 miles an hour. So that's got it at Sylacauga at about 835. And again, this will be crossing parts of 231. And this will be headed towards Sycamore. Again, Hatchet Creek, Roselle. This is a pretty good bowing segment here. Still pretty close to the radar, so these wind speeds are pretty close to what we're going to be seeing at the surface. Obviously, this is being sampled a bit above the surface, so you're not having 65-mile-an-hour winds per se right there, but there are some strong winds aloft with this. And then back further to the west here, you start to see things like this. And again, it's a very quick thing, but here near Thorsby, north of Lomax, I mean, you've got a one area that's we're seeing a little bit of a pulse up in the winds there, and it can come up quick, it can go away quick. So there's a lot to watch here as you get down into Chilton County. This is the warning right now, and it's very broad. If you are in Clanton, this is kind of what they're looking at. It's not overly threatening. I don't want to, stay in your safe spot, but this one does not look as, this has not been a confirmed one like previous storms often to the north and in Shelby County. So this one may have some pretty strong winds on it too. Again, this is a little further away from the radar site, but showing winds aloft between about 68 and 72 south of Clanton. So we'll watch this one very, very closely, but again, no confirmation on a tornado here. And we move on up here into Shelby County. This is the one we've been watching, and this one has really kind of bottomed out here. You've got some wind towards the radar right here, very marginal winds towards the radar, and then away from the radar. So what we've got here is very, very broad rotation, and so I'll draw that. So here's our winds towards the radar, right? And then you've got your winds away from the radar. So because these are very far apart, the rotation itself is not great. But it's right in there, and I do not believe there is anything as far as a concern for a tornado right here, right now. That doesn't mean it won't be in a couple minutes, but right now that looks very, very broad. So a couple other things coming in here. It looks like the location may have been about 860 13th Street in Calera. Let's see, they're I guess gathering to report the Calera Police Department towards City Hall to get dispatched. So that's certainly a scary thing. Again, this continues to unfold as this cell moves off to the north, but we absolutely had a tornado debris signature as it moved through Calera near the Walmart. Reports of a trailer area, trailer park potentially. Don't know the specifics, but damaged, and there's a lot of debris on I-65 as well as 31. Riley Blackwell's on his way there. The additional severe thunderstorm warning, they've allowed that tornado warning to be canceled that was out here. So no more tornado warning for Talladega or Clay or Calhoun County. You have this lone severe thunderstorm warning. And this is coming right up to Sylacauga. So if you're Sylacauga, we're going to time this out for you. This is essentially knocking on the door of Highway 231. This goes down to Gold Branch, Weogufka, and if we extend this out, again, this is moving about 50, 55 miles an hour. And there's a look at, again, it's going to be in Sylacauga by about 8:30 and Lineville by about 9:15. So we're going to watch this again as this unfolds, because here's the thing, is straight line winds can be just as destructive, just as scary as having a tornado come through in some instances. So one of the threats today was winds up to 70 miles an hour. So that is certainly a possibility as we move forward. So that's a look at the squall track. Sylacauga 834, Waldo 853, Ashland 909, and Lineville 9:15, and the current time right now is 32. So all those areas have a little bit of time, and treat these severe thunderstorm warnings, and I would encourage at least like a tornado warning, because of how we've seen these evolve over time today. They've gone from severe to tornadic back to very briefly severe, and our wind potential with these is certainly upwards of 60, 65, 70 miles an hour. I have no reports of that just yet. And that we'll have to keep watching, because there's another batch back here near Clanton. So if you're taking shelter in Clanton, that's a good thing to do. We have this circulation of a broad one that is near Lomax, and you've got winds again in that general vicinity are going to be not overly impressive. We do have some strong winds towards the radar, so maybe some gusts to the south of Clanton there as you get closer to Enterprise in southern Chilton County. But we'll continue to watch that unfold. Again, that one does not look nearly as impressive as this one off to the north did. So let's get the latest. Okay, let's cross out who's crossed out. A lot of questions, I'm sure, in Shelby County. Calera, Montevallo, Pelham, Alabaster, Columbiana, all removed from the polygon, and that includes, I believe, us here, James, as we are now clear of this polygon. They've shortened this up.
Right, so I'm going to text Brassfield, our chief engineer, so they can resume operations here. We sent our crew into the safe place here, so I will text him, and I'll let you pick it up for a second, Evan, while we get them back in place here. And again, we know the trailer park in Calera is on 13th Street, and again, we don't know about injuries. There's a lot we don't know. Again, we've got Riley Blackwell, who is going to be there in just a second. So as soon as we get information from him, we will pass that along.
Folks who are asking in the Talladega area, it looks like there was no confirmed tornado in Mumford, like was previously reported. It was a miscommunication to Central Dispatch. So
yeah, that makes sense, because we didn't see that. We honestly didn't see that on radar. It made no sense. So again,
another canceled tornado warning here, James.
And I think that might be the Shelby County warning. We'll see.
Chilton, this one.
Oh, it's Chilton. Okay. So the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Chilton County. It's gone. So Chilton County, you can go back and get out of your safe place and go about your regular routine. So we're down to basically one tornado warning, and it's the tornado warning in effect for the northeastern part of Shelby County. And again, this is basically US 280, Chelsea, Westover, Harpersville, on up toward Highway 25, Sterrett, Vandiver, and again, this would include places like Mount Laurel and Greystone Cove, Greystone Farms, Shoal Creek. So again, technically there's still a warning in effect here, and obviously there's no real strong radar signature. Based on what this has produced and the damage it's caused in Calera, the right thing to do is to still stay sheltered until we give you an all clear. And so again, the only tornado warning we have now in the state is the tornado warning in effect for Shelby. But I think, Evan, you made a good observation about that severe thunderstorm warning. You might want to treat this like a tornado warning with this bow-shaped echo here. This could produce some really, really, really strong straight-line winds. It's come through Sylacauga, and that is moving on to the east, and that coming right down Alabama 148 up on top of the mountain here, then down to Millerville. And if this holds together, that could wind up in Clay County, producing the same type winds in Ashland and Lineville. So again, we have a very strong bow-shaped echo here with a chance of strong winds, damaging straight line winds, moving in the general direction of Ashland and Lineville. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here, and I think the call to action is to treat this as if it is a tornado warning, which means you want to be in that small room, lowest floor near the center, no windows, helmet. Wouldn't want to be in a trailer, wouldn't want to be driving in a situation like this. Let's see here. I'm going to text Riley, the fact that our crew is back. And again, everybody is back on in the positions here. So I think Braden is running audio. Braden, Riley is going to be, well, maybe if we can get him on the live view, I think that would be the, okay, great. So we're going to try and get Riley on via live view from Calera here in just a second. And when we get him up, just let me know, and we're going to go to him. There's a large tree across Interstate 65 at mile marker 230. Again, this is a situation where you just don't want to be driving around Calera. I'll just put it that way. And we have reports of possible damage to Calera Intermediate School. Calera Intermediate School is right on US 31. That's the old Calera High School. And reports of damage to the intermediate school. And this is all coming from Shelby County 911. These are official reports. Just checking to see.
Yeah, I mean, the more we're getting these reports in, James, the more it's telling us something happened there as these keep filtering in.
Right. And again, a lot of folks in the Shelby County are waiting on the call to go back out of the shelter, and that's going to be soon. So just give us a few more minutes, and I think we can clear Shelby County. We're not ready to do that yet. So if you're sheltered, just stay sheltered. That's the right thing to do. And again, as soon as we get that cleared, we'll let you know. And again, the warning for Talladega and Clay, that's been canceled. So the only warning in the entire state is for Shelby County. So again, we will let you know the minute that warning goes out. So let's go now to Riley Blackwell, who is in Calera. Riley, tell us what you got.
We just had, it looked like an unmarked police vehicle pass us. We are just about to get off the exit where the Walmart is just going to be to our left, and the trailer park is straight down the road from Walmart. So we'll be able to check out these areas fairly quickly. We could see the back of the Walmart right up here to our left. I'm trying to see if the power situation, it's dark. I see EMTs or fire. I can't really tell if it's an ambulance or a fire truck. Looks like it's headed towards the Hampton Inn. Walmart has no power. I can't confirm. Walmart has no power. Looks like really nothing off of the Calera exit has power. This is the Quick Trip. Just off to our right, the Arby's, no power. To our left, the Milo's, Sonic, the healthcare center. I can at least confirm, without being there, there is absolutely no power in the city of Calera. And like I said, we're about to turn left to check out Walmart real quick and then go down to the trailer park. They were a pretty short drive of each other, basically a straight shot, but we are about to be at the Walmart. And we're pulling up on some red lights right now, and you can see absolutely no power whatsoever. The only light we have, there's the lightning strikes, and if you can see coming up 65 north, it looks like another EMT or an ambulance is getting off the exit. But if you just stay with me for just a couple of more minutes, it looks like we might have something to our right. To our right, that's where the Chick-fil-A, the Zaxby's, the Imminent Healthcare is. Walmart has no power, but I can't quite tell if there's any damage because it's dark. But it looks like we're pulling over right now. It looks like there's an ambulance behind us. We just saw some twisted metal. It looked like sheet metal up against the guardrail. Well, I'm not sure what kind of vehicle that was that's passing us. It wasn't an EMT, but it looks like there are emergency vehicles all around the city of Calera. absolutely no power. We're going to try to get our lights on Walmart to see what we can see. But right here to our right, that's Chick-fil-A. To our left is Milo's. I see some scattered twigs in the road, some scattered debris. Let's get our light right here on Zaxby's, and let's see if we can see. No damage to Zaxby's. That's good, but where we're looking right now, that's Imminent Healthcare or Emergent Healthcare. That's a newer healthcare center that just opened up. Whoa, that was a big lightning strike. I'm not seeing any significant damage so far, but we're just going to have to take it as much as we can see it with our lights. But
all right, Riley, we're going to break away for a second. We have a new tornado warning,
right now,
let's quickly go to this tornado warning. We're going to go right back to Riley. We have a new tornado warning in effect now. This is for parts of Chilton County again, and this is for the potential of a tornado that would be right in through here. This would be in parts of Perry County and northern Dallas County, basically the Perry-Dallas County line. Alabama Highway 22 is right here. This is Plantersville. So again, Plantersville, you should be in a shelter right now. This includes Maplesville. This includes Pletcher, Isabella, and again, let's see, does it include Clanton? It barely does include Clanton here. So I just wanted to point out we have a new tornado warning polygon for extreme northern Dallas, extreme eastern Perry, and much of Chilton County and a small part of Bibb County. This includes the southeastern corner of Bibb County. And this potential tornado is going to be up around Thorsby about 9:10. It'll be crossing US 82 near Maplesville. So again, Maplesville, you need to be sheltered as we have a tornadic circulation that is going to be approaching from the south and west, coming basically right up Highway 22.
Another one.
And we have another tornado warning for Talladega County. All right, so let's quickly go to this one. And again, for those in Shelby County, just stand by. This is the potential for it near Winterboro. That's along Highway 21, which is south of Talladega, north of Sycamore. So again, we have, again, this is Highway 76 that goes to Childersburg. That's Alabama Highway 21 that goes up to Talladega. We have potential for a tornado at Winterboro moving northeast, and that means the city of Talladega is in the polygon right now. So again, the city of Talladega, Chaco Springs, I know that I think we had some staging for utility workers at Chaco Springs today. The Talladega Super Speedway is in the polygon here. The city of Munford is in the polygon. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for Talladega County. This includes the city of Talladega. And again, everybody needs to be sheltered. We've had significant tornadoes tonight over the past couple of hours. And again, on a situation like this with a very upper end threat, we've talked about this for days, you've got to take these warnings seriously. You've got to do it. I know it's inconvenient, but you've got to do that. So again, if you're in a polygon, you go into a safe place, go through your tornado plans, and stay there until we're clear. So again, this latest tornado warning is in effect for much of Talladega County, including the city of Talladega. This does include Munford. It includes the Talladega Super Speedway. Let's look at Lincoln up here and see if Lincoln's in it, Riley. Yes, the city of Lincoln is in it, and this does include Interstate 20. So again, nobody should be driving along Interstate 20 at this point from Oxford all the way over to Pell City. We don't advise travel on Interstate 20 from Oxford to Pell City until this thing passes. So again, tornado warning for Talladega County, and the other new tornado warning is in effect for parts of Dallas, Autauga, Bibb, and Perry counties. And we should also mention down in southwest Alabama, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Wilcox County. So, also a tornado warning in effect down here in Clark County around Jackson for that possible tornado that's sitting on the Alabama River. So a lot of things are going on here tonight. But again, if you're in one of these warnings, stay sheltered. Let's check our Shelby County warning real quick. Evan, before we go back to Riley, and Riley, just hang tight, we're about to go back to you. We still have a tornado warning in effect for the northeastern part of Shelby County, and this is for US 280 and points north. And that one goes out at what time?
This one's going to be at 9 o'clock, so 15 minutes. I can't imagine them letting that ride.
Yeah, no, this will expire at 9 o'clock. So again, if you're in Shelby County, you can get out of your safe place and go about your business at 9 o'clock. That's in 14 minutes. And if it's canceled earlier than that, we'll let you know. But again, this is the Talladega warning over here, tornado warning for Talladega County. And there's a TDS, a tornado debris signature, it looks like, at Winterboro. And again, that's at the intersection of Alabama 21 and Alabama 76. And again, that is moving right up toward the city of Talladega. So understand, everybody in Talladega, AIDB, you should be sheltered. For those that happen to be at Chaco Springs, if there's anything going on at Chaco this weekend, you should be sheltered. And again, I just lost my IFB, Braden, so if you, maybe we can get somebody to refresh the battery here. We are totally dead in the water here with these IFBs.
They've turned this to a confirmed tornado, James.
Okay.
Yes, indeed, that TDS makes it confirmed. It'll be in Talladega by about 8:55, so here within less than 10 minutes. I'm going to draw this out even further, areas that could be impacted by this. Eventually, this is headed towards I-20. This could skirt just to the west of Munford, and then coming up to I-20. That is certainly a possibility here over the next 30 minutes, even less than that. This is 9:10, and that would bring it to Burns Crossroads, Silver Run, this I-20 stretch here. As you go between Oxford and Estaboga is the most likely area to see this potential tornado moving off to the north. So this got very active very quickly here. We still have the warning in place in parts of Shelby County. Again, that one doesn't look nearly as concerning. You've got two circulations now in this particular area. There's the one stronger to the south near Winterboro. And then you've got another one just north of there that is currently trying to get going here near Alpine. And again, can't rule that one out as this moves off towards Renfro, Barclay, and Chaco Springs. You've got two signatures here on the map that you can see. So this was our concern here as we left the 6 o'clock hour, is this side of Alabama didn't have anything early in the day. It was quiet. I had people saying, hey, is it ever going to get to East Alabama? Are we in the clear? Well, we just saw that not be the case. And something positive, though, that, James, they've canceled that warning for the rest of Shelby County. So as of this time, or at this time, 8:48, Shelby County is clear of any warnings right now, but we are starting to see this one down near Valley Grande. This one's ramping up here. So could be another round for folks in Chilton County, James.
Yeah, okay, so it's 8:48. Let's see if we can go back to Riley Blackwell. Do we have Riley with us? And if so, I want to go back to him in Calera. Riley, you go ahead.
Oh, they're about to talk. Hey, James, we just left Joe Hudson's Collision Center. Joe Hudson's Collision Center. That is right by Burton Campers and RVs. An RV was smashed up against the side of Joe Hudson's Collision Center, and we spoke with the owner, and he said they have a scattered RV damage all around his shop. Now, we are now en route to the trailer park. We are about 5 minutes out, and we didn't see any significant damage. We did, however, see some sheet metal wrapped up on a power line, and a lot of fire crews were already responding to that, probably just to try to get that metal off of the power lines. But it didn't look like a great scene. We didn't get a great look at Burton's Campers and RVs itself. James, I don't even know if we can get past up here yet. Looks like there might be a policeman blocking the road, but if we can get by, we'll try to get you a look. But
all right,
I was around Walmart. We tried to shut our lights on there.
Let's break away from Riley just a second. Let's go to the radar. And again, the fairly urgent message here is for Talladega to take cover. Talladega, you take cover now. Now. If you're in the city of Talladega, if you're at Chaco Springs, a lot of things happen here on the weekend with youth camps. So Chaco Springs, city of Talladega, you got a shelter right now. Let's look at the correlation coefficient and see if we see a CC drop. It's been there for a while, and yeah, this is dangerous. So again, we have what could be a very sizable tornado coming right up on downtown Talladega and Chaco Springs. So again, seek shelter now. This is serious business. You've got to seek shelter right now. So again, we have what could be a very meaningful tornado that's coming right up on Talladega. And again, you've got to be sheltered. No mobile homes, no cars. Put your helmet on. And this will move by very quickly. We'll let you know when it's passed. And again, that will continue moving past Talladega up toward Interstate 20. And again, you can see it's going to move up in this direction. It's going to wind up near Coldwater along Interstate 20 about 9:12. Nobody should be along Interstate 20. And there's the updated volume scan right there. And again, that looks pretty bad. So again, what could be a very significant tornado coming right up on the city of Talladega. It'll be there in minutes. This thing is racing along at 55 to 60 miles an hour. and nobody should be driving along Interstate 20 between Oxford and Pell City. Don't be on the interstate until this thing passes. Nobody should be on Highway 77 right here until this thing passes. Nobody should be on Highway 21 until this thing passes. So again, we have a tornado debris signature, a confirmed tornado, debris being lofted. And again, that tornado is coming right up into downtown Talladega, AIDB, Shaco Springs, the federal prison facility at Talladega. Everybody's got to be sheltered here. And again, that tornado will continue moving on to the northeast and ultimately impact the Interstate 20 corridor. And of course, if that continues, it'll come up into Calhoun County. So again, that's very, very urgent messaging here, and that we want you sheltered right now. Don't wait. Don't wait on this thing, all right? So again, that's our tornado warning in effect for Talladega County. Let's quickly go down to the tornado warning that's in effect for Chilton County. And this is for the circulation that's coming out of Dallas County. And again, you can see we've got the circulation center right down Highway 22. It's crossed over from Dallas County into Chilton. Plantersville is in Dallas County, Ryderville and Stanton, that's in Chilton County. And again, that's coming right up on Maplesville. So in Maplesville, you got to be sheltered. Maplesville, shelter now. Maplesville, now. Let's look at the correlation coefficient product on this. And thankfully, we're not seeing a big lowered CC right here. Still, there could be a tornado. Sometimes it takes a while for it to be lofted, but we're not seeing that at this point. We did at one point. Looks like that's gone away, but still, if you're in Maplesville, you need to be sheltered. And the same thing for Isabella and ultimately Thorsby and Clanton. That's our tornado warning in effect for Chilton County and extreme northwestern Autauga County. This does not include Billingsley at this point. Billingsley would be right here. It's not quite in the polygon, but you can see Clanton is, Thorsby, well, just consider yourself in the polygon. But again, no mobile homes, but we want Maplesville right here, sheltered right now. Isabella, sheltered right now. So again, that's the second of the two tornado warning polygons we're working. Let's go back down to Riley real quick for an update on the situation there. Riley, I'm sorry, I did interrupt. Go ahead and tell us what you see there.
James, we are less than half a mile away. It looks like this side of Calera does have some power, so we might be able to get better lights, but we're less than half a mile away from the trailer park. I forgot what the name of the trailer park was. Excuse me for that. But they said it was hit pretty bad. Like we said earlier, we spoke to Joe Hudson. Joe Hudson's Collision Center. Yeah, turn right here. We're coming up on it right now. We'll be able to... don't see anything right now except bright lights. And then the next left right here. All right, we're pulling up to the trailer park right now. I mean, I could say it's pitch dark. It's going to be hard to see anything. That trailer looked fine. I can't. That LED doesn't look fine. Thank you. I don't see anything significant right now. Oh, it looks like we had some twisted metal to our right. Give me the iPad.
All right, we're going to go take it back here for a second. We're going to resume our tornado coverage. We're having to bounce back between tornadoes that we have in progress now. We've got to pay attention here. We've got a TDS at Plantersville. Again, this is in northern Dallas County. So again, this is right at Dallas County High School. So again, Plantersville, there's a tornado debris signature. We have debris being lofted at Plantersville that's about to cross over into Chilton County. That's right along Alabama Highway 22. Alabama 22 runs from Plantersville up to Stanton and Maplesville. So again, we're encouraging everybody in Maplesville to be sheltered. Obviously in Plantersville, you need to be sheltered. You've been under a warning for about 15 minutes. And we've got really, really hot velocities here, and that's coming up in the direction of US 82, ultimately near Isabella High School, and then out along US 31, probably somewhere toward Thorsby. Clanton is in the polygon. I know that you've been sheltering before, but again, based on the damage reports we've seen with this event tonight, the right thing to do is to stay sheltered until this polygon warning is over. So again, we have a The warning has been canceled for Bibb and Perry, but continues for parts of Chilton, Dallas, and Autauga for what is a tornado that is likely down at Plantersville. And again, that's going to be coming right across US 82 and ultimately up into the vicinity of Isabella and ultimately around Thorsby. But remember, the polygons allow for error here in case the storm jogs one way or the other, and we want everybody to stay sheltered. So once again, Maplesville, Isabella, Thorsby, Clanton. You want to stay sheltered here. So that's the Chilton County storm. Let's go back to the Talladega County storm. And again, we've got a tornado that's pretty much right on top of the city of Talladega. Let's look at the correlation coefficient product and let's see if the debris signature is still there. And thankfully it's not. Let's back this up. Let's see if it just kind of goes away here. There it is. I mean, watch what happens. It slowly fades away. So I think the tornado has lifted perhaps as it gets into Talladega. Still, you need to stay sheltered. But again, that's a really, really strong indication of a tornado riding right up Highway 21, and then it slowly fades away. So hopefully the best case scenario is the fact that the tornado has lifted, occluded, and it's not there anymore, but still it could recycle, and there's no strong velocity signature here. So again, Talladega, tornado warning, and you see the flashing purple polygon. That means this is a confirmed tornado. And of course, that continues north and east. And again, Munford up Highway 21, you should be sheltered. And we still advise no traffic along Interstate 20 from near Oxford to Pell City for the next 15 to 30 minutes. So this is the Talladega County tornado warning. Let's go back down to the Chilton County tornado warning. We're going to bounce back and forth between the two, and these are the two active warnings we have for this part of the state. And again, there's our Talladega warning. This is our Chilton County warning. And let's pop on the debris signature here. Let's see if we can find it again right down in through here. Oh, yeah.
Boy.
Wow.
Debris ball.
So again, we've clearly got a tornado that is down now in Chilton County, just to the east of Ryderville. This place was taken out by the famous tornado outbreak in 1931, March 21st of 1932. But again, this is going to be crossing Highway 82. Maplesville is here. Tornado is here, and there's a chance it's going to miss Maplesville. But again, it's the same thing. You've got to stay sheltered. Nobody should be driving along US 82 from Jim's Pit Barbecue up to the Bibb County line. If you're traveling, just hold it and stop somewhere where you can stop and wait for this thing to cross US 82. And again, from there, it's going to keep on going out into Shelby County and come to a point along Highway 22 out here. It could be close to where County Road 37 goes south down towards Sunshine Farms and Billingsley. But again, it will ultimately come out here across Highway 31, maybe just north of Clanton, maybe just south of Thorsby. And of course, Interstate 65 is right here. And we've got debris on Interstate 65 from an earlier tornado at Calera. And if that thing continues like that, that could easily put some debris on I-65 down here. This is not a good night to be traveling, for sure. One positive note, Jefferson and Blount counties clear from the tornado watch. So again, if you're in Birmingham, the risk of severe weather is ended. Jefferson County and Blount County, you're cleared from that tornado watch. And again, you can kind of see the back edge of all of this. This is it. You're done. Once this back edge passes you, you are done for the evening. But again, the risk of tornadoes continues over the eastern and southeastern counties of the state tonight. We're at 9 o'clock, and we've got two tornado warnings. We're working here. We've got the tornado warning in effect for Talladega County, tornado warning in effect for Chilton County. And again, both of these are pretty dangerous, but at the moment, the hottest TDS is the one down here in county. So again, we'll put on the debris tracker, and you'll see that lowered CC right there. So a tornado is about to cross US 82. And again, the way it works, the radar beam is bouncing off items, objects. And if it sees something that's different, not a hydrometeor, it's different, it lowers the correlation coefficient, which means this is not a raindrop, it's not hail, it's not a snowflake, not an ice pellet. It's tree limbs, it's leaves, it's parts of buildings, it's debris being taken up in the tornado. So again, the tornadoes cross US 82. And from there, it will keep on going up in the direction of, again, Highway 22 is right here, Isabella, Clanton, Thorsby, you've all got to be sheltered in through here. And again, these mean business, Evan. These storms are meaning business right now.
This one is particularly scary. You know, the Winterboro one flared up and had a very intense debris signature. This one looks a lot like the one that was near Gordo earlier. Just an absolute blossom of debris showing up here. And this is again moving, about to move right over Highway 82. Maplesville, I think this will miss you just to the south, but as we mentioned, this is headed towards Highway 22. It'll cross there at some point. Might be headed towards Isabella. That's the latest scan, and it looks like the CC value went down just a little bit. But boy, this is a scary looking one, and we're, I mean, you got to take these serious.
That thing is going to come right up toward, well, Fairview. Again, this is Highway 22 right here. County Road 37 goes down through the community of Fairview. That's not the one in Cullman County. That's the one in Chilton County. And if you're anywhere near Fairview, Sunshine Farms, you've got to be sheltered. And again, that's going to come right up toward Clanton ultimately and Thorsby.
Oh, man.
And again, so now we have an extension of the warning for this tornado that is in Chilton County. And of course, it's going to be crossing the river over here, Lake Mitchell, and then coming over into parts of, again, this would be parts of Coosa County. And again, the flashing purple, that represents the fact that this is a confirmed tornado, but this is in effect for parts of Chilton, Coosa, and really a small part of Shelby County right here just south of Wilsonville and Columbiana. Again, this is a very tiny part of Shelby County. The main concern here is going to be for parts of Chilton and Coosa. And if it continues, of course, it'll move back up into Talladega County here, Sylacauga, Childersburg. So we've got this tornado moving northeast, and then we have another tornado near Talladega moving northeast, and this is the storm. And thankfully, it looks like this one has weakened a good bit. We had a debris signature here, but at this point, that's basically gone away. Let's look at the velocity display, and again, you see you saw the debris right here, and it just kind of slowly fades. So hopefully, we've had no damage in Talladega. We don't know that yet. And again, the velocity display looks pretty noisy here. It's not really a classic tornado signature, but it could recycle again. And that's been the situation here this evening. So again, tornado warning in effect for the northern part of Talladega County, but the focus is going to be on the Chilton County storm. And before we go to Riley, who's got the damage in Calera, this is a very, very dangerous situation. And again, if you are in Fairview, Isabella, Thorsby, Clanton, Mineral Springs, shelter now. Don't fool around with this. It looks like the tornado is going to be passing just south of downtown Maplesville here. And you can see the wind velocities. They're very, very, very high. This could be a very damaging tornado. And it's just crossed Highway 82, just south of Maplesville. And again, it's going to keep on coming out in the direction of, again, Fairview, Isabella, Clanton, Thorsby. You've got to be sheltered now. So real quick, let's go down to Riley and Calera. Riley, what do you have for us?
So this trailer is destroyed. It looks like stuff was thrown. I can't really see the roof. If there's any roof damage, you can see right here, this tree is uprooted. Looks like the inside also has some significant damage. Right now, this looks like the worst part to it. We might have to move a little bit, but you can see we do have some pretty significant damage at the trailer park off of 13th Street. So far, this has been the worst damage that we've seen so far. And we haven't talked to a lot of people, but we don't know of any injuries here. But I know there was reports at Riviera Drive of people screaming for help. We haven't been to that yet, but we can confirm there is pretty bad damage at this trailer park and Calera.
What about the Walmart, Riley? Were you able to see any damage at the Walmart?
Honestly, James, I really couldn't tell the power situation in that part of Calera. There basically is no power situation. It's very dark. Traffic was being diverted. But as far as I could tell, there was no damage to the Cracker Barrel, to that shopping mall, to the Walmart that I could see, other than the fact that they had no power. Doesn't mean there wasn't damage, but from what we could see with the resources we have, we did not see, we could not confirm any damage. But of course, that doesn't mean there's not damage.
Right. All right. So if we can take WEX 05 real quick, Theo, I want to show, these are some still images from the trailer park where Riley is located in Calera. And again, these were taken soon after the tornado came through. And we don't know if anybody's been hurt. We don't know a lot at this point. We'll learn more from Calera police shortly. But again, it's been a pretty chaotic scene down in Calera. So again, that's some of the damage at the trailer park where Riley was just showing us with his live video stream. So let's go back to the radar. And again, we've got the most urgent storm of the day, I would say, or at least of this hour, is the one right here. And again, this is now northeast of US 82. So if you are along and south and west of US 82, you're good. The concern, it's north and east of US 82. And again, it's coming right up on the Fairview community, and this is not the Fairview in Cullman County. This is the Fairview in Chilton County. It'll be crossing Highway 22 and then coming out toward US Highway 31. Lomax, Thorsby, Clanton, everybody needs to be sheltered. And we don't want anybody driving on Interstate 65 between Verbena and Jemison. Nobody should be driving along Interstate 65. And again, there's your tornado debris signature right there. The TDS that is still there, and which means that the tornado is down. It's lofting debris. So again, that's a tornado that is lofting debris in Chilton County, approaching the community of Fairview. And again, that'll be coming out across US 31 and I-65. And the same thing for Highway 31. No travel between Verbena and Jemison. I-65, no travel between Verbena and Jemison for the next 30 minutes until this crosses east of Interstate 65. And again, that will be crossing the Coosa River and then moving over ultimately perhaps into parts of Coosa and Talladega counties. So again, here's the river right here. And again, it's going to be a pretty rough ride here if that thing stays down. So let's check the northern warning. This is going to be the warning in effect for Talladega County. And we are not seeing any debris being lofted, which is good. Earlier we did. This was down, no doubt, near Winterboro. And again, the velocity display, Evan, looks pretty noisy here. I'm not seeing much there.
Yeah, definitely not. Not compared to what we saw earlier. I'll back this up just to show you guys kind of what we look for, what the National Weather Service looks for. Look at how impressive this was back. This was a little bit before 9 o'clock, about 8:45 or so. You see those really bright red and green together? That was what we were looking at. And near Winterboro, now remember, this was a severe thunderstorm warning, and the winds bowed out so much on one end that you had this rotation form. So that's what we mean about you get these eddies. So this is initially a straight line wind threat, and then you push this forward, and the top end of the line almost creates its own rotation here. So one end bows out, the other, we get a tornado, and there's likely going to end up being some damage there. We saw the debris signature, and the good news is that appears to have fizzled. I can't even really make out anywhere within this frame where there would be rotation. But again, we stress that this is under a confirmed tornado polygon. So nobody along I-20 here between Cheaha Acres and Lincoln. This will be moving north of I-20, and this eventually is going to hit our neighbors off to the north and perhaps Jacksonville and Piedmont. Now understand this part of Alabama is a little bit more stable, so we may not see this continue. Unlike here to the south, which is the very concerning one. And again, we said this earlier, this is the part of the state that was not impacted earlier by those storms. So there was nothing, no energy was zapped earlier. Yeah, that's concerning. Just to the south and east of Isabella. Let's see what the distance is on this one. This is only about 2 miles, 2.5 miles south of Isabella, and this is coming right up on 22 here, which runs from Isabella over to Clanton. So this is a no-go right here, this roadway. And honestly, you talk between Thorsby and Clanton, this 31, you don't want to be on there either. That would go for I-65 from Mineral Springs all the way down to the Clanton exit. So all of these spots here are absolutely in the path of what has become the most dangerous storm on the map here. Zoom on out, and we'll have to keep an eye on this stuff back to the south and west towards Selma as it moves off north and east, but again, not a huge concern right now. Man, let me see if I can get the wind speeds in here. man, 87 to 18. So to give you an idea of how that what's happening here is you've got winds moving away at a certain speed, but then you have winds coming towards very fast, and the result is this circulation right in here, and that would likely be where our tornado is at this point. And this is still showing a very consistent debris signature here, and this is heads up for areas Clanton and points to the north and west as we move towards Thorsby. A gap in the mountains. This is again another concerning one, because guess what? Parts of Chilton County have already dealt with a tornado here, or what looked like a tornado with a debris signature. So this would be round number 2, and eventually this will be headed towards the river here. This is Blue Springs, Hidden Valley, and this is a ways down the road, but we've seen these hold together, or we've seen them oscillate from tornado to well, it's not there, and then boom, it pops back up. So this would be right at the river at about 9:32. The time now is 9:12, so that's essentially 20 minutes from now. Several reports coming in still. Calera having a hard go of it. It looks like County Road 84 in Calera is under a couple feet of water. And we're continuing to watch this this debris signature that is now moved just to the south and east of Isabella. This is headed up towards Lomax. On its current trajectory, it would go right through the Lomax area, but as we've noted here over the past several hours, these have pulsed up, they've pulsed down, they've curved a little bit, they've moved. So anywhere in this polygon, just stay in your safe place. So these have become very serious very quickly. This line obviously really intensified once it moved into central and now eastern Alabama, because this wasn't touched earlier. We didn't have rain here earlier. Some folks are seeing rain for the first time. I'm talking to my friend in Prattville. He's been asking me about stuff. This is rain all day. This goes back to yesterday. Remember, we've been under this severe threat, but it's taken this long for the cells to get to this point in Alabama. So we're just now starting to see that rain move into Prattville, Millbrook, Montgomery, and want to note that no areas there are in any sort of warning. We also have a very large severe thunderstorm warning polygon that has been issued downstream of that tornado warning. This includes a very, very large area of East Alabama, Anniston, Heflin, all of Cleburne County essentially, extreme northern Randolph, just north of Lineville, northern Clay County, Ashland. I believe you're just outside of one of these polygons, but in another. So there's just a whole slew of polygons up here, and a lot of this is for 60-mile-an-hour winds. As we had said before, treat these like a warning, because I said that earlier, and then it evolved into a tornado warning, so very quickly. So take this as a tornado warning, take shelter. If you're over here just to the south of Oxford, this is what's left essentially of that rotating cell earlier. I can't really find anything here, but that does not mean this is not still a threatening system. So this is a good ways off the ground, but 74-mile-an-hour winds here. We could very well be looking at winds coming down out of this in that 45, 55, even up to 60 miles an hour if the wind's above the surface. A couple thousand feet or 74, 75 miles an hour. So absolutely take this very seriously. As we've said, these are moving off very quickly, so you won't have a whole lot of time to prepare. Anniston, act now. Oxford, act now. Blue Mountain, Hillcrest, all of these locations, Munford even, take action now, get to your safe place, because again, these strong line winds can be just as devastating as we've seen with tornadoes here today. With that in mind, I want to hop back on down to this cell that is in Chilton County, and this one again has been very concerning. Now you look at the reflectivity, and you can't see darn near anything with this. We got to go to our velocity or correlation coefficient for it. This is very close to Highland. This is essentially right along 22. So here is 22 right here running towards Clanton. And James, this is not far from Clanton, about 5 miles from Clanton here. So it looks like the general motion is going to be taking this to the northwest of Clanton. But as we've seen these things move, if you are in this polygon, if you're in Clanton, you need to take shelter. If you're in Lomax, absolutely take shelter. Thorsby, take shelter as well. We've got another suspicious feature up that direction too, and there's been way too many spin-ups here over the last 2 hours, really since we ended the 6 o'clock show and started to see this big mass of storms move into a very unstable and dynamic, friendly environment here. And again, this is now at night, so you can't see these things. Earlier we had a couple that weren't rain wrapped, you could see them. Not the case here. So absolutely be prepared. This eventually will move through Chilton County and into Coosa County. And unfortunately, Talladega County. You look at Talladega Springs up here, the motion of all of this takes it right over Highway 145, eventually over the Coosa, and over towards Blue Springs. Stewartville and Sylacauga would be down the road here if this holds together, but it's certainly looking like it could. I want to point out, so here is one circulation right here, and then here is, there's no talk of this yet, but I can tell you that looks kind of suspicious. You know, two potential areas to watch here. Again, there's no warning on this one. I just have noticed that kind of tighten up here. And this is how they've started. They've started as some sort of innocent looking, you know, nonsense on the radar, and then have really, really intensified. So where I drew that, I think that's clutter. I don't know. I could be wrong on that, James, but if we take this back, you see that it looks like we've got two potential CC areas or debris balls. Now, I could be reading that wrong, and maybe that is not just to the north of Jemison there, but certainly looks like there may be that potential. And we're going to have to watch both of these circulations here, because both of these you know, have my concern. And the warning is for this one near Highland, but that one to the north looks suspicious enough to me to warrant talking about. And again, some noise there on the debris tracker going back towards New Convert, north of Isabella, near Campbell, crossing over 191 there. And again, there may or may not have been. There's been no talk of this in chat. It looks suspicious to me. That's why I mentioned it there. But this coming up just north of Thorsby. This will be just to the south of Jemison as well. And then this main circulation here that's to the south. So just a lot happening here. We're getting new scans in. This one coming close to Clanton now. So if you're in Clanton, get to your safe spot. You should be there already, but we stress these have been dangerous storms here this evening. Some of these are the strongest we've seen of the day and have come late here in the evening. So this one right here is where this is. So this is going to pass, I mean, within a mile or so of Clanton. So here's Clanton, 145. Lomax on 31. This is coming right towards Lomax. This might pass somewhere between Lomax and Clanton. And this is coming right towards I-65. Then you've got this other kind of suspicious, sketchy cell that's here off to the north and west of that main circulation. And this is headed up towards Mineral Springs, 145, and could be an additional threat here as we move forward if it maintains its current course and begins to intensify. So very active here in Chilton County, a very serious situation with again, multiple threats here, including some wind threats up to the north and east. I'll briefly touch on this because I know we have our folks, some friends in East Alabama near Jacksonville. We'll show what's happening here. And again, this is a big wind event. More so, I don't see any rotation within here, but some gusty winds. This is just to the northeast of Talladega, and you can see where we have these brighter returns. Those would be concerns. Now again, this is a little ways away from the radar site, so there are going to be winds aloft. But you're talking about 70-mile-an-hour winds a couple thousand feet into the air. Those translate to the surface, can be pretty gusty, and that is what this has been warned for. So severe thunderstorm warnings. We got a report of a house destroyed on 82 in Maplesville.
It's coming from Riley Blackwell.
Yeah, he's out there. He's been all over this stuff and damage. And based off of the path of this, James, I wouldn't be surprised. We had a really, really good debris signature there. And so there's 82. There's when that debris signature kind of, maxed just to the Southville there. So that's not far. Easily could be, 4 miles
I've
south.
had some other unofficial reports about severe damage near Maplesville, so I'm hearing the same thing. And again, understand at this point, there's a lot of things we just don't know. We try and pass along good, reliable information. Now, we're not journalists, we're meteorologists. We do weather people. We're physical science. We do weather, but we still try and get the facts straight before we pass it on. But apparently there has been some damage. Of course, we know a tornado was down in Chilton County. So again, you've got evidence of what could be a tornado basically coming into Clanton right now. This is US 31, that's I-65, and again, this could easily be a tornado right at Clanton. And hopefully you've been sheltered. The warning's been in effect for almost 30 minutes, but that thing is coming right into the city of Clanton right now. And again, Riley is moving from Calera down here to check on the damage in Chilton County. And again, we've had damage at a trailer park in Calera, and we have other news crews out in the field tonight. And again, as soon as we hear from them and we can, we'll go to them. But whenever we have a tornado down, we have to stay with that. We have to stay with the life-threatening information first so we can help people get through this. And when we can, we go show the damage. But again, the possibility of a tornado very close to downtown Clanton, maybe just north of Clanton. And again, that will be crossing US 31, of course. US 31 goes right through downtown Clanton, and then Interstate 65. And from there, it's going to move into the far eastern part of Chilton County and then crossing the Coosa River, and then ultimately perhaps going on from there. We'll just have to wait and see if this thing holds up. So looking at the various reports, again, they're very, very similar here. Let's see, tell you what, very quickly, let's take WEX 05 if we can. This is some damage in Calera. And I want to say this was a Joe Hudson collision, and it looks like some type of camper was thrown into this particular building here. And again, once we get the first light of day tomorrow, we'll start to know much more about the specific damage in Calera, but it's obviously been a very, very rough ride. So again, that's Calera. So again, we'll go back to the radar, and we have a flash flood warning we should mention now for parts of Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun. So in addition to everything else, again, a flash flood warning for parts of Clay, Talladega, Cleburne, and Calhoun counties in East Alabama. We already have flash flood warnings in effect for parts of Shelby, Bibb, parts of Coosa and Chilton counties. And up in Cullman County, still a flash flood warning in effect there. But this is the new flash flood warning for parts of East Alabama, the blue polygons. And we'll take those back off because we're going to focus on the tornado warnings. But still, heavy rain has produced some flooding problems across the state. So we have one tornado warning. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Calhoun, Cleburne, northern Randolph, and northeastern Clay. For the thunderstorm complex moving through here, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. The one tornado warning in effect is the one down here in Chilton County. And again, you see the flashing purple polygon. That means that this is a confirmed tornado. So again, this is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. It's 9:24. And again, this looks more like a strong wind signature at this point. But again, they come and they go. The signatures come and they go. Again, you can see that's a tornado signature here, and it's kind of morphing into more of a wind damage type signature here at the end. But the worst of this is now past Clanton, and it's now past Interstate 65. And again, this is the Coosa right here. Lake Mitchell is over here, and again, that'll be crossing the lake and then moving up into Coosa County. Weogufka's right here. This is Coosa County. So the tornado warning remains in effect for areas in Chilton County, northeast of Clanton, across the Coosa into Coosa County. And from there, Evan, we'll see if it keeps on going. It might.
Yeah, and these have had a pretty good long track, and John DeBlock, who's been on this all day, doing awesome work as the Weather Service always does, saying it looks like the one in Chilton is lifted for now. So James, that was a good analysis there, as it now looks like more of a wind event. So I'm going to show what our wind speeds are looking like over here near Clanton. And again, this is a little ways from the radar site. Our radar site is a little bit further to the north. In fact, let me do our distance to radar site here from Clanton up to Calera, about 20 miles away. So it's a little bit above the radar. Still a pretty good sample size here, but a look at the potential wind speeds. And again, this is a couple thousand feet off the ground. And Riley's still working angles to see. It certainly looks like Maplesville had a rough go of it there. One of the first police departments I met when I moved here was in Maplesville. Some of the nicest people, me and Brian Peters, went and talked to them. They helped us navigate some of the side roads to intercept a tornado on, this was the 2021 day in March, March 25th. So good folks there. So we'll have updates as soon as we get them. But this is coming through Clanton. Again, more of a straight line wind threat at the moment. And speaking of, this has intensified over here. Now, again, this is a good ways from the radar site, quite a ways, so this is going to be a little skewed, but you're looking at some wind speeds aloft, a couple thousand feet into the air, 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. Again, being far from the radar site, which is way back here, you're looking a little bit higher. We know that we've got a low-level jet just racing along. Our winds aloft are very fast, so by the time these reach the surface or translate to the surface, they're not 87 miles an hour, 76, but when you have winds that strong aloft, there is some energy transferred to the surface, and that, I think, is why we've got this severe thunderstorm warning here. And this goes for all of Cleburne County, a chunk of Calhoun County, a good part of northern Clay County, including Lineville, and also Randolph County. And something that's interesting, I know James was just talking about the flash flood warning. Some folks just saw their first rain within the last half hour or so, and it's already prompted flood warnings, which is nuts. That goes to tell you how fast this rain is coming down here. So again, there's a look at the warnings.
Let me just say, we've got a report real quick here.
All right, we got
Hello.
There we go.
We have a report from Chilton County Emergency Management confirming what Riley has been telling us. They have units on the scene on County Road 3003 in Maplesville, and they're reporting entrapments. So again, we have people that are trapped. We don't know if they're injured. Maybe trees have come down on a structure. We just don't know. But again, Chilton County reports entrapments on County Road 3003 in Maplesville. And again, we saw the debris being lofted, and again, that just, we knew that it was down, and you hope it doesn't hit a house or hit a neighborhood or hit some people, but apparently that one did. So again, also some reports of significant damage along US 82 near Maplesville from this particular storm that has prompted the tornado warning for parts of Chilton County. The segment has moved on past Clanton at this point, and again, you can see the debris right there. And it looks like the debris signature would suggest the damage might be a little south of downtown Maplesville. Again, Pletcher is right here, Maplesville is here, kind of halfway between these two communities, but the mailing addresses are all Maplesville right here. And then you see the TDS kind of fading away as it gets closer to US 31 and I-65. And again, Riley is on the way to Chilton County from Calera. We saw some of the damage at Calera at the mobile home park. In fact, if you missed that, let's go back to WEX 05. And again, this is some of the damage at a trailer park in Calera in Shelby County. And we don't have any information about injuries at this point. We just don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know. But there's been damage to the Walmart, apparently, in Calera. And again, there's also been some, well, there you go. We finally found a cat that likes us. But again, this is some more of the damage in Chilton County at Joe Hudson Collision. Apparently a camper, a trailer got blown into a building here. So it's been a very rough ride for our friends down in Calera. And hopefully when we start our late newscast, and I don't think we're going to start it on time, but when we start the late newscast tonight, we'll be able to tell you more about what's happened down there. So again, let's go back to the radar. It's 9:30. And we have one tornado warning, at this point, and it is for this thunderstorm complex that is moving out of, or in Chilton County, coming right on top of the Coosa River. And again, we're kind of watching the spot right here where there could be a tornado involved, and that will be, and again, this warning has been canceled, obviously. The tornado is clearly northeast of there, so the tornado warning is in effect here for Chilton County and Coosa County. This is US Highway 231. This is Stewartville right here. Hanover, it goes down to Rockford. Rockford is, if I can move this thing over here, it's right there. So this does not include Rockford or Hanover or any communities along Highway 231 except for Stewartville. And again, you can see this is the part of Coosa County involved in that warning. And these are approximate arrival times for the communities in Coosa County. And again, if nothing else, if there's no tornado, you'll see very strong winds with this. And the one thing I think about a lot, Evan, back when I started doing this, we had no velocity data. Can you imagine doing this with no velocity data? You're looking at just this big mass of rain, and it's like going from blind to be able to see in 1080p or 4K. Of course, we've had velocity data since the 90s, and now we have the dual polarization data with debris signatures. So radar's come a long, long way, but we're so thankful we do have velocity data, because that's been telling the story tonight with the damage that we've experienced here. And we're not going to know how many tornadoes we've had until sometime probably Monday or Tuesday. It's going to take the Weather Service days to do this. You know how the surveys work.
Yeah, it feels like that we're into double digits. I kind of lost track once they started firing off down here. But again, a lot of these have been confirmed by radar, tornado debris signatures. Again, the next area of concern is going to be moving up towards Gold Branch, towards Stewartville, eventually towards 280. And if nothing else, look at this Boeing segment. Remember what we had earlier? The same sort of setup moving into Talladega County. It was a Boeing line. What happened at the northern edge? It bowed out so far, you ended up having its own created rotation within part of the line. The northern edge had that happen, and we'll have to watch that near Hidden Valley, Marble Valley, Quincy, because down here you're getting that Boeing segment. This is all headed off to the north and east, eventually, as I mentioned, towards Stewartville, and this will be coming up at about the top of the hour. I put that right at about 10 o'clock, moving through a few of these locations here. So again, there's a lot happening. A lot has really ramped up here over the last, again, a couple of hours. We ended the 6 o'clock. We were all excited. There was no warnings for the first time since about 1:45, and since then it's just been an absolute barrage of warnings and confirmed warnings at that. So this is the one in concern and question here. So this is basically on top of the Coosa, okay, right on the river. This is crossing over Quincy, northern parts of Coosa County, and then eventually is going to get, here's southern Talladega County, where the boundary of this polygon ends. That is where Talladega County is, and this is Clay County over here, where they've allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to actually be canceled, which is good. That means this has all kind of lost its intensity, but I am concerned the wave-like nature all the way up, really, into southern Shelby County. So you look at this, and the concern being, these can evolve, these lines, and they can almost create their own wind profile, if you will. And you're looking at a very, very odd signature here on radar, and that's essentially where our winds are going. You know, you got them coming towards the radar and then away from the radar, and that can sometimes evolve into rotation within this line. So we'll keep watching this. Again, this goes all the way up to extreme southern Shelby County. This is actually south of Columbiana. They're not part of the polygon, but a very small portion of Shelby here along Highway 145 in the town Shelby itself. And this goes right up just to the south Talladega Springs. I'm going to draw a little squall track on here just to give an idea. And again, what concerns me is these notches within the line. Again, we've already seen tonight them evolve, where it starts as a Boeing segment and then it turns into something else. And that's why we're saying treat this like a tornado warning. Take it very seriously, because these are a scary thing, especially coming in at night here. So this would be headed towards areas like Marble Valley, 936, Spring Creek, 936, Shelby Shores by 941. And again, we'll have to watch how this evolves. It's moving what we think into be a more stable air mass, because this has been worked over, okay? Sylacauga, Childersburg, some areas in Talladega County have seen a lot of rain, have seen some good strong thunderstorms here, and that can certainly help as we move forward. So let's see what the National Weather Service, looks like there's a new tornado warning, and it looks like a confirmed warning at that.
Coosa.
Yep, and this will be that same line, what we were just talking about, and it looks like within that little eddy, we have had another spin up here. So not really showing up too well on the CC, but James, I got to think right there. We've got something right in here. So this is basically headed right towards perhaps Weogufka, Bentleyville, and eventually 231. So Stewartville heads up downstream there. But these little Boeing segments, they send out these straight line winds forward. Part of the line is a little bit slower. That part of the line develops that rotation within there. You get a little bit of that velocity couplet, and now we've got a new tornado warning in place there. So it evolves quick. Take these seriously. I know we say that over and over, not to scare, but we know what these can do. We're still slowly getting in these reports from down in Chilton County near Maplesville, where this another cell went through, and it appears has caused some very serious damage. So who is in versus who is out? I know James likes to play this game. We actually have a good chunk of our DMA that is good. So if you feel like you've been neglected, if you feel like we forgot about you, I promise we haven't. We're trying to talk. If you hear your town, it's because that's the area of concern. So I'm going to try to draw a line here quickly of what who is in versus who is out. So really, I'm going to go all the way up to Gadsden, Raglan, Pell City, down to Alabaster, Centerville, and over to Greensboro. So here we are clear. And I'm not the greatest drawer here, but we are clear in my 3-year-old handwriting. But this, if you are to the north and west of this line, we're done. It ends that quickly. Unfortunately, to the south and east, totally different story here, where we've got some of the strongest storms we've seen to this point today. So we'll go over to our correlation coefficient. Let's see here. We'll push it back just a couple of minutes and see if there's any trends. And perhaps a small, maybe right there near 22. Not sure if that lines up with our, nope, that does not. That's some clutter nonsense. But this is now being listed as a confirmed tornado. It is blinking in pink there. And I believe that might be it right here, that debris signature. And that's all you got to see to know that we've got some damage there. And that certainly lines up perfectly with where we are seeing that gate-to-gate shear. So you've got winds towards the radar here and away from the radar here. They're touching. In addition to this rotation down here near Hillwood, and as you get further to the south, this is Highway 22, one that we've mentioned several times. You have a bowing segment here. So near Lisle, Bentleyville, Rockford, 231 south between Hanover and Rockford. This is a bowing segment that will feature some strong winds headed your way. And again, the evolution of this, we'll have to wait and see. Does it stay as a rotation? Does it turn back into more of a bowing segment? But every time we've seen one of these almost S-shaped squalls, they have evolved into a tornado warning, and one of them a very scary tornado warning that was off to the north and went through Calera. So plenty to watch here. We are certainly not out of the woods yet. I would stress Stewartville, Hanover, Bentleyville, Rockford. This stretch right here, where 280 and 231 branch off, this is going to be that section to really, really watch moving forward, whether you're on the northern side of this line, Marble Valley, where you got some gusty winds here, this little notch, you got 2 areas to watch here, or this little bowing segment that's to the south, moving towards Kelly's Crossroads. There's all parts of this line are concerning and will need to be taken with great caution here moving forward. The other warning, of course, this large polygon for north and east Alabama counties relative to where we just were. And we're a ways away from the radar site, but there's definitely a bit of a bowing segment right here. And you can see, not the most crisp line, but indeed Heflin down to 431 north of Wedowee and Ava, some gusty winds there. But again, still very concerned with what's coming through here and how quickly it's evolved. I think that's the big thing here is we watch this in 1 second, it's perhaps sub-severe, maybe some gusty winds, 40, 45. The next thing you know, we've got multiple confirmed tornado warnings. And that was our concern today, is these longer track. And maybe they have not been on the ground the entire time, but they have had a signature for an extended period of time, unlike with sometimes when we have a squall line come through. They spin up, they're gone. These have had pretty consistent look to them. And again, right in here is where I think we've got where the green and the red, the brighter colors touch. You've got rotation there. Perhaps to the north here, you've got maybe gusty winds as more of a straight line threat. And then to the south, you've got another straight line threat. And this little segment that's headed towards Rockford, it looks like, so here is your tornado, right? And then you've got gusty winds possible here. And again, this is going to move off towards 22 and eventually to Rockford here. But you got a lot going on with this. And on top of all of that, 475 lightning strikes. Again, lightning is not a parameter for severe thunderstorm warnings, as scary as they can seem. as intimidating as they can be. Hated lightning. Struck my house when I was a kid. It caught fire. It was very traumatizing for me. So lightning still freaks me out, even being grown. We have just a ton of it in here, and we very well could have some hail. I've seen no reports of hail lately. There was some earlier in the day, but again, this little notch right here is of the greatest concern, and this is headed towards Weogufka. In fact, right towards Weogufka. So hopefully you guys are in your safe place. Here's County Road 29, runs right through here. You've got County Road 55 running south of Weogufka, and then County Road 56, which heads back towards, this is 231, and you got Stewartville here. This is just across the Talladega County line into Coosa County, and I think all parts of this are concerning. You've got your circulation here. You've got perhaps a bowing segment of winds here, and then down towards Hillwood and Lyle, another bowing segment of winds. And at any point in the evolution of this line, we could see that spin up additional circulations within it. So even though part of this is a tornadic circulation, I'm going to draw a little bit of a line here that kind of coincides with where this is. And we'll take this off. Again, this is moving at about 50 miles an hour. And there you go. So this is headed towards, places like I mentioned, Weogufka, 9:46. That's in about 4 minutes from right now. Stewartville, about 9:52, just before 10 o'clock. Warm Springs, 9:55. Cruzville, about 10 o'clock. So this is, this is coming up fast. Be in your safe place in Coosa County. Be in your safe place in southern Talladega County. I'd even say, Sylacauga, you're going to probably be clipped by part of this line here. And here's just another thing to look at. What's happening at the northern edge of this line? You've got this little segment here that's bowing out. You've got another part of the line where your winds are going a different direction here, and this could be something to watch. Obviously, right now, there's nothing of significance here in Fayetteville down that stretch, but still, this causes very bizarre behavior within the line, and that is absolutely what we've seen here. So, again, tornado warning confirmed for Coosa County. This goes until 10:15, so we got a ways on that, and we'll keep watching this because Clay County, you're next. Looks like there's a, National Weather Service confirming tight couplet still in place here, and that is, boom, right there. County Road 15, County Road 29. Boy, this is, if you're in Weogufka, be in your safe place now. You should have been there already, but now. Here's Weogufka. There is the center circulation about 3 miles to the south. This has just come over County Road 20 and 15. This is headed right towards County Road 29, due south of Weogufka by about a mile. And this has had a consistent debris signature with it. Perhaps not as strong as what we saw earlier, but nevertheless, that correlation coefficient there. And it looks like it's going to cross 231 near the County Road 49 area if it makes it. And let's see, that would put it out here over 231. And we'll have to watch for that. This is near Hanover is where that location would be.
By the way, we need to let our news folks know, when does the warning for Coosa expire now?
10:15.
So at this point, I do not believe it's going to be possible to do a 10 o'clock news on time. Having said that, it would be great if we could do a 30-minute newscast. We just started late, and that we've got so much damage to report. But we've got to stay on the air for the life-threatening storms now, and as soon as it calms down, we can start the 10 o'clock news. But so if everybody in the back, we're going to carry on past 10 o'clock, and hopefully our folks can stay up a little later than usual. We can start the 10 o'clock news whenever we're done, and that way we can hear the reports from Calera and Sipsey and Gordo and so many places that have had tornado damage. And we're starting to hear some pretty concerning reports about Plantersville in northern Dallas County. Plantersville is a lovely community. It sits on the bank of Mulberry Creek, and apparently there's been some very serious damage there. And we're getting some reports of some major injuries and other things, and it just doesn't sound good. So again, Plantersville apparently took a direct hit earlier tonight. But again, it's kind of a messy look here. The polygon situation is messy, but again, let's put on the correlation coefficient, Evan, so we can kind of clean this up. And again, the concern is going to be right here. And again, this is US 231 here, US 280 right here. And again, that debris signature is going to be crossing Highway 231 soon. Weogufka is right here. And again, this is going to be crossing over 280 right below Stewartville, or I'm sorry, 231, and then 280 right over here, not too far from Goodwater. So if you're in northern Coosa County, be aware that there's strong indication of a tornado that is in effect until 10:15. The warning for Chilton has been canceled. The problem now is exclusively in Coosa County. So again, I know it's kind of a messy polygon situation here, but just focus on this one hot spot right here. That is debris being lofted. A tornado near Weogufka. This is in Coosa County. And again, it's approaching very quickly U.S. Highway 231, which is here. This is going to be passing north of Rockford. Rockford is the county seat of Coosa County. And once it crosses Highway 231, it's going to cross Highway 280 and then be pretty close to the town of Goodwater, which is right here. Goodwater is in Coosa County up Highway 9. So again, everybody from Hanover back over toward Goodwater. Goodwater showing up at 10:03 is the ETA right here. So this is the only tornado warning polygon we have in the state at this point. And again, are looking at perhaps some significant damage around Maplesville, significant damage around Plantersville from tonight. And then once we get confirmation from law enforcement, we can report a lot of the things that we're hearing. But it's been a pretty rough ride for our friends in Plantersville, and it looks like the southern part of Maplesville. So again, we're watching, again, rotation right in through here and debris being lofted. This is south of Sylacauga. Sylacauga is right here. This is the county line. This is Talladega County. This is Coosa County. And again, the tornado signature will likely be staying in Coosa County for a while longer. Again, Goodwater is right here. This is Clay County, we should mention. This is Talladega, this is Clay, and this is Coosa. And we'll see if the Weather Service opts to expand the warning out into parts of Clay County later. But I thought real quick, Evan, let's look at a big picture. We want to show the folks where it's over, because we need to kind of tell folks where they're done with it. And Birmingham, north and west, you're done with it. It's over. The risk of severe weather is ended. You're finished. So from Birmingham, north and west, we have no problems. You can see the issues are southeast of Birmingham. This is where the air remains unstable. We've had no rain during the day today in this part of Alabama. But again, over here, you're good. If you're in Cullman, Jasper, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Reform, Gordo, Greensboro, Utah, Demopolis, no trouble at all. The risk of tornadoes will continue over here southeast of Birmingham. And again, we have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for a pretty good chunk of Cleburne County, parts of Randolph County, parts of Clay County for the possibility of strong winds. And again, right in through here, we still have the tornado warning in effect for parts of Coosa County. So we'll go back in and take a look at this. And Evan, the warning is over for Chilton County, as I understand it, right?
Yeah, it was canceled. Our system a couple times has just been kind of slow to purge that out, which sometimes happens.
Well, it's tired. It's tired like we are.
I'm about to say, I don't know what age you get some, issues in the year, but I tell you what, tracking these and bouncing back and forth, it's been a very active evening. And as James just put, this part of the state, it was dry for much of the day. I've been talking to people that I know that are in Sylacauga, that are in Prattville, that are in Clanton. And for the first half of the day, they were like, hey, when's this going to get here? When's this going to get here? What is the outlook for this? And some of the first rain came just about an hour ago. And since then, several places have had multiple inches of rain and also some very intense storms. So still a notch here. So this is looking from the Montgomery radar. I thought we'd take a look. So this is from Montgomery. Looking up into this cell that is near Hanover and Stewartville. I'm going to switch on over to Birmingham, and I think the Montgomery one might be a little bit better view, so I'll go back to that one. This is Maxwell Air Force Base. This is just to the northeast, and you can see where we have that signature, and there's your debris signature. And this has now looked a little bit more intense than it did just a few minutes ago. It kind of faded there, as you can see. Last two scans that went south of Weogufka, and then it's picked back up. So that's a brighter return there. And that correlates very well with where we're seeing that notch. So that's a pretty good bet that there is a tornado on the ground right in here. This is headed towards Hanover. So as far as distance goes, this is about 3 miles from Hanover and 231, and probably even less so now as this continues to update. This is less than 10 miles to 280. And this is headed towards the northeastern corner of Coosa County. So this is the storm of note here. And really this odd looking cell or eddy in the line stretches all the way up to Sylacauga here. So I'm going to draw a little squall track here, because this is exactly what we saw happen with the cell earlier. As it started as a Boeing segment, and it evolved into something a little bit more, or a lot more significant here. So this is headed towards, again, Stewartville, essentially now being your safe spot. The circulation looks to be just south of Stewartville, but again, all of this is potentially dangerous, and this is going to be headed into, this is Clay County right here. This is Talladega County right here. And over here, this is Tallapoosa County. And this will be headed into, I think, southern Clay County and eventually Bluff Springs, Hatchet Creek, and other areas as you approach Lineville. So this is far from done. This one has had a confirmed radar indicated tornado on it. Yep, they're reporting that TDS still going, approaching 231. So if you're along 231, hopefully you've been in your safe place, because this is coming. This is 231 at County Road 49. This is County Road 59 with 231 here. So this is, I mean, within a minute of crossing, within 2-3 minutes of crossing over 231 here, and this will continue off to the north and to the east, to the northeastern corner of Coosa County. So I want to go back out here and make sure I'm not missing anything.
Let me just say one thing. I think I can feel comfortable in saying this. Multiple reliable reports indicate that we've had loss of life in Plantersville. At least one person was killed. And again, that's we went into this just hoping that we would not have to deal with loss of life. But again, we have at least one fatality in Plantersville, and that's based on multiple reliable sources. And again, it's rough. There's been a lot of damage in Plantersville and a lot of damage near Maplesville from the same storm earlier this evening. If you watched, you saw the debris signature, and again, we just regret that when we have any loss of life. But again, that's in northern Dallas County, near the Chilton County line, and the same tornado crossed into Chilton and caused damage near Maplesville, and that happened earlier this evening. So some sad news to report. So at 9:53, and again, we're going to delay the 10 o'clock news here, as we're going to stay with this as long as we have active tornado warnings in effect, and we have the one tornado warning in effect now for Coosa. The good news, there are signs that the tornado is weakening, and again, the Weather Service indicating that, and we certainly confirm that by looking at the radar here. And again, this is the spot right in here that's crossing Highway 231. And again, there's still a little CC drop right here, representing maybe some debris that's still being lofted. But it's still down, we believe, so understand we still need to be sheltered. If you are in Goodwater, which is right here, over toward Hollins, and Hollins is in Clay County. But we'll see if this continues to weaken, the Weather Service might consider letting it go. But I think there's a pretty decent chance they might reissue the warning for Clay County based on the history of the storms tonight. And again, this is Clay County, Highway 9, Goodwater back up to Millerville, and of course that goes up toward Ashland in the central part of Clay County. So again, we're watching a potential tornadic circulation right here. And again, this warning, correct me, I'm pretty sure this one is off the board.
I thought they canceled this a good while ago. They canceled the Chilton warning at 9:45 is what it said. So that was this right here. I'm not sure why it's still showing up.
So again, we just believe there's one trouble spot, and it's right here on US 231. So we're not going to worry about the polygons you see back in Chilton, that the risk of severe weather is basically ended there. And again, we've got this circulation that's located right in through here. And again, that will be moving to the northeast, and if that continues, that will move into Clay County. So just be aware of that if you're somewhere up on Highway 9 north of Goodwater toward Millerville. It will be in your area about 10:16 or so this evening. And looks like they're going to be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County for this. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Coosa, Elmore, and Autauga for this segment you see right here. So let's expand this out a little bit. We'll take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning, and it's for this right in through here. So this includes areas just north of Prattville. This would include Pine Level and Marbury in Autauga County. This would include areas north of Wetumpka in Elmore County. And again, this would include places like Holtville, Deatsville, Slapout, Equality in Coosa County. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but there could be a tornado at some point within this based on what we have seen earlier tonight. And those are the approximate arrival times of the stronger winds within that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, to the south, that is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Autauga County, and this is north of Prattville. This includes Pine Level and Marbury, and again over into Elmore County, including places like Deatsville, Holtville, Slapout, and then over into southern Coosa County for the possibility of strong straight line winds. So again, that's the situation down to the south. And let's go to Cherokee County. I think we have a warning up in Cherokee of all places, and we do. So it looks like a small part of Cherokee County has been added to a severe thunderstorm warning here for the possibility of strong winds, and this is mainly for areas south of Center. This is down towards Spring Garden, around Spring Garden School. US 278 is right here. So a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the southeastern corner of Cherokee County, and that includes areas down into Cleburne County. So severe thunderstorm warnings, southeastern Cherokee and Cleburne counties. And again, we're down to one tornado warning. And that tornado warning is in effect for Coosa County. And we'll see if the Weather Service, and what they're going to do is issue a severe thunderstorm warning. So the Weather Service is going to replace the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Clay, Talladega, Tallapoosa, and Coosa counties. So that's the situation here. And we should also mention we have a flash flood warning, I think, for Chilton County as well. So in a minute, you're going to see a new severe thunderstorm warning. There's our flash flood polygons, by the way, and there's a bunch of them. In fact, a lot of folks are under flash flood warnings right now. The blue polygons, those are flash flood warnings. And again, you can see we have one that includes parts of Clay, Talladega, Calhoun, and Cleburne counties. We have one that includes parts of Talladega, Shelby, Chilton, and Bibb counties. And again, we've had a lot of rain. Some folks have gone over 4 inches of rain with this event during the past 24 hours or so. And in a minute, we're going to see the new warning paint in here for parts of Clay, Talladega, Tallapoosa, and Coosa. So the warning, the tornado warning for Coosa has been canceled, and it's being replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. And Evan, it looks like there's your new severe thunderstorm warning. So it includes parts of Clay, Talladega, Coosa, Tallapoosa counties for the possibility of strong winds, and the tornado warnings are off the board. I know they're still on the map here, but again, those are gone and they are no longer in effect. So no tornado warnings in effect at this point for any part of Alabama, and that's good.
Oh yeah.
We had that about 6 o'clock, and we were able to start the newscast, and the minute the newscast ended, we had more tornado warnings. How many tornadoes have we had tonight? How many tornadoes over the past 24 hours? We really don't know at this point. I would say at least 8 and probably more. And unfortunately, I'm afraid we've had loss of life in Plantersville in northern Dallas County. At least one fatality reported there from multiple sources. Severe damage in Plantersville and parts of Maplesville, especially the southern part of Maplesville. We've had significant damage in Calera in Shelby County. We've had significant damage in places like Sipsey in Walker County, Gordo in Pickens County. We've had damage in North Tuscaloosa County up around Lake Tuscaloosa. So we've had a very, very busy day today, as expected, with a high risk of severe storms. But again, for the moment, we have no active tornado warnings. So we are going to stay with this for a little while longer. So we're going to plan on about 10:15 for a newscast. Everybody back in the back, about 10:15, if that works out for everybody. So we're going to keep it here for 15 more minutes, and then we're going to shift over to a newscast at 10:15. And we hope that works out for everybody. Theo, is that okay? You guys hearing me back there in the back? Okay, good. I just want to be sure you all heard that. So again, these are some of the arrival times of the stronger winds in association with the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Clay County, in parts of Talladega, parts of Tallapoosa counties as well. But again, that'll be coming up toward Ashland and Lineville with the chance of strong straight line winds. But again, we do not have any tornado warnings right now. And by golly, that's a pretty good thing.
And you know what else, James? We're coming up on the 10 o'clock newscast, and they've decided to, all the tornado warnings are winding down, just like right before the 6 o'clock newscast. Just a coincidence there. But,
let's just schedule some newscast all the time, and that way we'll have no tornadoes anymore.
Should have had an 8 p.m. newscast, a 7 p.m. newscast, or rather. So big picture here, what we're looking at, if you're in Jacksonville, Anniston, you're behind this threatening edge. This is coming right through Cleburne County. And, heads up, but some folks are watching us over in Georgia as well as this leaves the Alabama market. This will be moving into some of the suburbs to the west, near West Georgia universities over there near Carrollton. And eventually this will be coming into Paulding to Cobb counties in the next little while. And right now it's a wind threat, what it's looking like as it leaves the state. And that's what we see here in Alabama, still is a wind threat, although this is looking increasingly suspicious down here. So as soon as I say that, we'll have to watch this near Deatsville, Coosa River. This is just to the north of Springfield. This is headed away from Pine Level. This was the one that initiated that severe thunderstorm warning just a little while ago. But as we've seen, these things start as a wind threat and then evolve, and that's exactly what this appears to be doing here, although right now it is a wind threat, moving in the general direction of Dadeville, where it'll be over the next little while. So look at some of those arrival times. Coosa River here within the next few minutes. Quality, that's going to be somewhere around 10:24. So if this stays severe, we won't touch this before the newscast, and this will continue off towards Jackson's Gap and Piney Point here as we move forward. So again, these are all severe thunderstorm warnings. No note or mention of any tornado right now, which is good news. You still have these impressive little bowing segments, and you see these little kinks. That's what we have to watch for moving forward, is some of these, they bow out. You essentially have a part of the line that fans out, wind that's going really fast, and then another part of the line that maybe falls behind, and you'll get that kind of storm-evolved rotation there. But this line that's now to the east of Sylacauga in Clay County, this is moving towards Erin, Millerville, Goodwater, Lineville, Delta, and eventually this will be headed into parts of Randolph County. And so we'll have to continue to watch this. Again, this is a part of the state that was not really touched earlier today, and that's why we saw all of these warnings kind of explode over a short period of time, and that is certainly still possible in the far eastern regions of the state. So big picture here, want to do like a little reset, and this is where we're at right now. We've got those severe thunderstorm warnings, and I'm going to draw a line here, and I'm going to make it a bigger line so that we can see, and I'm going to turn it green because it's a good thing to be in the clear here, and many of us in central Alabama are. So I haven't had a chance to check the comments in any of the live feeds, but hey, you're over here, we're good. And that is certainly a good sign for folks in Tuscaloosa County and Pickens County. You're done. You're well done. Birmingham, Jefferson County, you're done. Blount County, Cullman County, Marion, Winston, you're done. All of these areas absolutely done. Even Gadsden, which is kind of right on the fringe there, I think you're done. And then even up towards, Cherokee County, Weiss Lake Center, I think you're done if you're up in Gunnersville, Albertville, Collinsville, Powell, Fort Payne. I think the worst is past you. This is all pushing into Georgia. You can see near Tallapoosa. This is right across your drive, I-20. There's a couple exits there right as soon as you cross into Georgia. You got Tallapoosa, there's Bremen right into there, and then this is headed towards Carrollton, Georgia. Of course, you got the University of West Georgia there, and then this is headed towards eventually Dallas. This is Paulding County, Kennesaw. This is Cobb County, actually where I'm from, that little notch right there. And then further north, you've got Cartersville here, Cedartown. So this is all pushing in that direction, and it's looking like a wind event here. That's what it's morphed into. But again, these areas in Georgia didn't have the rain today. The sun was out. I had pictures from my mom. Our kids are over there. I sent them to Georgia. I said, I don't want any part of this Alabama nonsense. So they're over in Georgia, and that is where this threat is pivoting to. Again, Sylacauga, you're now in the clear. I think Talladega, you're about to be in the clear. Pell City, you're in the clear. You got this one straggling line back here near Valley Grand that, again, has a big uptick in lightning, but is not threatening at all in terms of the velocity, at least as of now. This continues to be the most, I guess, threatening area here. And this is suspicious, but I do not think there is anything here at the moment. Looks like the National Weather Service is continuing to monitor these areas here for rotation coming from the I-65 corridor into this. So basically, they're talking about this right here. As these very bizarre, as I've called them, little eddies, little disturbances within the line. It can cause, one segment of the line will bow out, the other segment will slow down. You get almost that storm-generated velocity, the change in wind speeds, and that would be probably the biggest cell of concern. And this is passing north of Prattville. This is going to be just north of Wetumpka there. This is 231. This will be between Speed and Riddle, it looks like. And eventually headed towards Equality there in that looks like northeastern corner as you head up towards Alexander City, Bulgers, and then this is Tallapoosa County. This is Coosa County, and we'll watch for the evolution of these. But still no tornado warnings as of right now. That is certainly good. We're continuing to watch the northern edge of this line leave Alabama. It's fine, good riddance as it moves into Georgia. Not many reports of anything in the northern part of the state. So again, if you are watching us and you're up in Jacksonville or Anniston, we are looking at a part of the line there that appears to be winding down, and one that will not carry a severe threat any longer. So we are happy to see that. Again, there's still some lightning, there's still some thunder, some heavy rain. Again, lightning is not a parameter for a severe thunderstorm warning, although it can feel like that's intimidating at times. We have over 1,000 lightning strikes in 10 minutes. Over 1,000 within this. This is obviously a big area, but that is a tremendous amount of lightning. Have not seen any reports of serious hail here in quite some time, but we are going to continue to watch this very closely as it moves closer to the Georgia state line. Again, I think here, as you get closer to Sylacauga, Childersburg, you're in the clear. I think Talladega, you're about in the clear. Lineville, heads up. The most potent part of the line is coming towards you. Wetumpka is coming towards us, and we are, I don't believe we are on Facebook Live anymore, James. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh, really?
Or I was trying to go there to answer some comments. People may have questions. They're just joining us here, and it does not look like we are to see that. So.
No, sorry. We're going to go to a newscast here in just a minute, so we don't have any active tornado warnings. So again, the concept is here in about 5 minutes, we're going to go to the 10 o'clock news. And I will say, getting some more reports of damage at Winterboro High School. Apparently that structure was hit by a tornado. Looks like the old gym got hit pretty hard. And again, once we get the first light of day tomorrow morning, we'll have a much better idea. But there's been a lot across the state. And again, we know that at least one person was killed, and that was at Plantersville in northern Dallas County, which is just across the Chilton County line. And we've had a lot of very serious damage in places like Calera, near Maplesville, obviously Plantersville, Zipsy and Walker County. We've had serious damage at Gordo and Pickens County, some damage in North Tuscaloosa County, and there's more than that. Again, a lot of things have happened today. It's been a very high-end event, and like we were concerned going in, we were worried that it would be a rough day, and it's been a very rough day. The damage has been very extensive in many places, and again, we've had loss of life, and that's the one thing we do our best to be sure that is we don't have that. And we're still on Facebook. I just saw that Joey sent a note, said we're still on there. So.
Okay, that's my bad. I'm not very technically sound.
Okay,
so,
we were trained in physical science, not social media. We're learning social media on the fly. And so again, if you're just joining us here, let's do a reset here. Let's look at the big picture. We have the risk of severe storms is over from Birmingham north and west. We still have a chance of severe storms southeast of Birmingham, and at this point we have no active tornado warnings. No tornado warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for parts of Autauga, Elmore, Tallapoosa, Coosa, Clay, for parts of Cleburne County, small part of Cherokee County here as these storms continue moving on to the east. Could there be another tornado warning? Yes, but at the moment we're not seeing strong evidence of that. And again, these storms will be in Georgia probably soon after midnight. These are moving along at a pretty good clip, so, or maybe by midnight. It's 10:11 right now, and I think they'll be out of here by 12 midnight tonight. So we've gotten through our 2 rounds of severe storms. We had the one last night and early this morning, and of course the second one throughout the day today and tonight. And again, it's been a long run here and a tough run. A lot of damage, and a lot of folks are cleaning up. And again, we will know much more about the injury count, the fatality count tomorrow morning as we learn more from officials here. But again, no active tornado warnings at this point. But severe thunderstorm warnings continue in effect, where the winds could be pretty gusty over here on the eastern side of the state. But again, those storms should be in Georgia by about 12 midnight tonight. So again, and if we need to, we will come back. If there's a tornado warning issued, we'll come back. But at the moment, we have no active tornado warnings in the state, but just severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll watch this like a hawk. But since we have no active tornado warnings, in a moment we're going to go to our 10 o'clock news and get the latest from our news team on the damage that has occurred across the state today. But again, I want to mainly thank you for helping us. Those of you that watch our stream, your images and photos, videos, it's our window to the world. We can't have cameras everywhere, and everybody's got a phone, and that enables us to have a window everywhere. So thanks to everybody who took the time to send images. Of course, we can't show them all or post them all, but they are all seen and they are all greatly appreciated, and we really do appreciate that. And we want to thank those of you that took the time tonight to be a hero. If you saw someone that you know that's in a tornado warning polygon, you took the time to call or text them. I know that's happened tonight, and that's amazing. That's the one thing the social scientists have told us. Your greatest asset, it's people that pay attention to weather. And by notifying their friends and family members and neighbors that don't pay attention, they're going to reach them you'll never be able to reach. So we want to thank you for taking the time to do that. And thanks to all of you for preparing for this. I know it's been, for some that have weather anxiety, this is hard. And you know me, I think. I've been around here a long time. This ain't my first rodeo. And I don't like to use strong language. In fact, so much of what I do is fighting hyperbole that people share on social media about weather events that are not that big of a deal. But every once in a while, we have an event like this where the parameters line up for a dangerous threat. And this has been a rough day today. Again, we've had loss of life. We've had a lot of property damage. It has been very rough. So, but just thank you for paying attention and being prepared. I think the state was prepared tonight. It seems like a lot of folks bought weather radios this week. A lot of folks bought bicycle helmets this week. And from all the pictures I'm seeing, a lot of people are going to be better off, not just for this event, but events we have in the future. Alabama's tornado season is November through May. This is March. We're not done yet. We've got to get through April and May, and then we'll kind of morph into the hurricane season. But again, it takes us all working together. And I think that's something that we have to understand. You have to understand, and we have to understand that. And I think that's been the case tonight. So again, and thanks to our crews here in the building, we had to send them down to the stairwell for a while. We were under a tornado warning polygon here. And again, when that happens, that's where we send them. And they've been, some folks have been here with me since, I think I got to work yesterday at about 12 noon. So it's been kind of a long shift here, but it's been a good shift. And again, I don't sleep anyway. It doesn't bother me at all. Tornado watch continues for areas south and east of Birmingham, down to southeast Alabama. Evan, you ever been to Dothan before?
Yeah, I've been there a time or two. Old stomping grounds.
He's the Elvis of Dothan, by the way. But includes the Florida Panhandle as well. There were no active warnings down here in southeast Alabama. No active warnings. Again, the warnings we have are flash flood warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And so we have no active tornado warnings at this point. So at this point, it is 10:15. So it is time now for us to wrap up our weather coverage. And we've got to start the 10 o'clock news on ABC 3340. And Evan, you'll be doing the weather during the newscast because you are the man.
All right, sounds good.
You are the man. So we'll let Evan handle the weather in the newscast. 10 o'clock news on ABC 3340 starts now.
ABC 3340 News starts now with a Weather Authority storm alert.
From dark skies and clouds to the damage left behind, tonight on the news at 10, we're showing the impact of today's severe storms in real time, and you caught it all on camera and sent it to us here at ABC 3340. Tornadoes confirmed across Alabama. Tonight, roofs are off of homes and trees are down all across roadways. This is video from damage in Pickens and Walker counties from earlier today. The Weather Authority has been tracking it all for you moment by moment. So let's get straight to our team coverage of the latest weather makers. Our crews have been out all day long bringing us the latest as dangerous storms hit all across Alabama. Aaron Wise in Pickens County, Valerie Bell in Walker County, and Olivia Goche is live for us tonight in Shelby County. Let's go straight to her. Olivia, there is significant damage in Calera tonight.
Yeah, Megan, for our viewers who have been following along, watching with us this evening, you'll know that Calera was just hit pretty badly. So right now I am at Joe Hudson's Collision Center. This is at 275 Highway 304. I've got my flashlight. I'm not sure how much you guys can see back here behind me, but it looks like there's a trailer of some sort just completely almost on top of half of this Joe Hudson's Collision Center building from what it looks like. Part of the roof looks caved in back there. And then over here to my left is a trailer park. Again, still not sure if there was anybody in any of these trailers at this point. Hopefully there wasn't. The rain is picking up a little bit here, and then now back behind my photographer is the Quality Inn and Streets, and it is just completely pitch black. When we were getting off of the interstate making our way over here, there are several traffic lights down. There's police cars out there kind of trying to direct traffic, but this whole area here in Calera is really just darkness. So again, it's something that we're monitoring. It's something that we're going to stay with people in the area. As you see damages, be sure to send that into us so that we can stay on top of things, and we'll definitely have to just keep track of this situation as more information becomes available, and hopefully, you know, everyone has stayed safe here in this area. I'll send it back to you now, Megan.
Thank you, Olivia. Our team coverage continues tonight with meteorologist Riley Blackwell, who is live for us in Clanton in Chilton County. Riley, what are you seeing out there?
Megan, this is I'm near County Road 15 and County Road 340 in Chilton County, and this is not good. You can see in front of it is the interior of a house. Just to the left of that is another house with significant damage. There is main metal all in the power lines. Power lines are down. Even behind us across the street, we have significant damage. We have, looks like we have police pulling up right now, and Megan, it's just not a good scene. We'll have to wait till the light of day to see the full extent, but from what we see right now, it's a pretty significant scene. Send it back to you in the studio.
I know sometimes our picture isn't that clear. We can have cell service signals, technical difficulties, but I'm glad we were able to hear Riley and hear that information. Thank you. Next, we go to Walker County, and that's where we find ABC 3340's Valerie Bell. She joins us from Sipsey, where pieces of a home now lay scattered across the road.
Several different fire departments and law enforcement agencies are here in the area of Sipsey Road assisting people and cleaning up the debris and damage. We know from crews on scene that 2 people were taken to the hospital, but they are expected to be okay.
Knew it was coming, hoping it wasn't.
Michael Stevenson and his family sheltered in their basement as the storm tore through Sipsey Road.
We can rebuild and get more stuff, but you know, them kids and grandkids is that's more precious than anything.
The place he's called home for 65 years was damaged.
Most of my house and everything's out in the road with the power lines and the trees, and all my vehicles are tore up. My shop in the tore up.
Scattered in the road, his neighbor's trailer, debris, and pieces of his shop.
I felt and I could have cried. It just broke your heart to see everything destroyed like that.
In the area nearby, a roof ripped apart, power lines snapped and laying across roads, and trees blocking pathways.
If it weren't for the community, we'd still be working on this fire department. So I want to thank all the people that really helped to get this road clear back out.
While cleanup efforts continue, this storm is a reminder of how quickly life can change.
It's unbelievable. But like I say, it didn't take just a couple minutes to see what you got here.
And just a little further down the road from where Stevenson's home is, you can see this camper was just tossed. It is destroyed and there is debris everywhere, similar to what we're seeing along Sipsey Road. We'll continue to keep an eye out and update you as more information becomes available. In Sipsey, Valerie Bell, ABC 3340 News.
And Walker County Sheriff Nick Smith says until power is restored in the Sipsey community, there will be heavy law enforcement presence to keep looters away. Now, ABC 3340's Erin Wise was on the ground in Gordo just moments after a tornado moved through. She's at a home that lost a portion of its roof.
People in Pickens County near Gordo are cleaning up after a strong storm barreled through this area this afternoon. The debris signature on radar significant, leaving behind a path of damage that you could clearly see. A section of Highway 82 on the western side of Gordo was covered with trees. First responders and volunteers worked to clear that road, successfully doing so by nightfall. There are houses with minor and major damage. This house on State Route 159 lost half of its roof. The owners were not at home when the storms came through. Gordo Police Chief Johnny Stevenson says no injuries have been reported.
We've got a large storm shelter in town. We started getting calls about it yesterday. So, I mean, a lot of people knew that it was going to be bad. We did have a few people that were trapped in their houses. We got them out.
Most of the roads in this area are back open except for County Road 16, also known as Bostic Road. That road is closed to everyone except for the people who live there and first responders as cleanup continues. Chief Stevenson says there is extensive damage there. In Gordo, I'm Erin Wise, ABC 3340 News.
And meteorologist Evan Chickvero joins me now after hours of wall-to-wall coverage. I mean, we even took shelter here at the studio, but now we're looking towards tomorrow. Anything you need to look at right now for tonight?
Well, we're going to see a couple power outages. We still have a flash flooding threat, but the majority of the severe threat has come to an end for central Alabama, and that is certainly good news. So I want to start from the top. Let's show you where it is still a bit of a threat now. That's going to be Clay County. That's going to be eastern Coosa County, Tallapoosa County, Cleburne County, as well as Randolph County. And we'll be watching this very closely. All severe thunderstorm warnings. Something I wanted to point out here. Just over 1,000 total strikes in this sweep, right? 235 of those are positive strikes. Those are very powerful strikes. Those come from the tops of the thunderstorms. Usually about 90-95% of strikes are negative. They're not as powerful, but we've seen a very, very high amount of those positive strikes here, so still a lot of lightning with this. And again, this is all moving off to the east, and in general, our severe threat is winding down. So a couple things to note here. We've got some suspicious areas here down north of Wetumpka crossing over 231. Again, nothing has been issued outside of a severe thunderstorm warning here, but we'll have to watch this. That's really the one feature of concern, at least as of right now. We move off to the north, and coming into Lineville here, they've extended a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Anniston, I-20, Heflin, so that's Anniston, Weaver, not Jacksonville. You're clear of that. But you see this segment here, this Boeing area, and that is headed towards I-20, so you don't need to be on I-20. On the interstate, those straight line winds can really wreak havoc there. So we don't need that. You got some gusty winds now pushing past Tallapoosa in Georgia. And again, this is kind of the tail end of that severe threat here. And hey, take a look at this. You are clear over here. No concerns. I had a lot of people message me on Facebook, and I apologize for not being able to get back. It's just a lot going on here. But Pelsey, Calera, down towards Marion, everywhere to the west is clear of any severe threat. There's really just this one channel here as you get to the east of the Coosa River where we still have that concern. Something else, Megan, that we're going to see tomorrow, and we will evolve, and something that really hurts to hear is a fatality. We love a stat as we go on the air that there's no fatalities, and it seems like there perhaps was one. We have not confirmed that, but several tornado wind reports here. So very happy to say that this is on the way out. For the rest of tonight, if you are west of 431, we're in the clear. That eastern Alabama window until 1 a.m. Could see a flash flooding issue. We'll talk about that in the power outages coming up.
Thank you, Evan. ABC 3340's Olivia Goche was also in Jefferson County earlier tonight at a storm shelter in Pratt City. The shelter packed as many people needed a safe place to ride out the storms.
I'm here at the storm shelter in Pratt City where things have cleared out significantly now, but not too long ago these walls were honestly just lined with people. And something interesting to note that someone here at the shelter told me earlier today is that this was a much greater turnout than they've seen here at the shelter just with previous severe weather events in the past. There was well over 50 people here, so it was good to see that there were people being weather aware, heeding those warnings and doing what they felt necessary to stay safe.
Families, people of all ages came prepared with blankets, pillows, and snacks. Community members from across Birmingham poured in from the afternoon well into the evening. Many recall that Pratt City was an area hit during that deadly tornado outbreak in 2011. I talked with one woman who recalls that event and came with most of her family today.
God gave us senses, and we need to use them. He wouldn't have provided this place for us to take cover, for us not to use it. So we felt like we should use this, come and take cover, because we haven't had a storm like this, they're saying, in years. And I've been through a tornado, not necessarily a tornado, but it just blew down all the trees in my backyard. My daughter and I were terrified, so I just felt like I needed to take cover this time.
Most people at the shelter stayed for several hours until they felt it was safe enough to return home.
A lot of people here today expressed to me just really feeling thankful that this shelter was here nearby. People came from all across Birmingham to be here for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't feel entirely safe in their homes. So again, it just shows how important and significant these storm shelters are in a time of need in instances like today where we do experience severe weather. In Birmingham, Olivia Goche, ABC 3340 News.
And while much of the storms in our area have cleared, you can still find a full list of shelters near you on our website right now at abc3340.com. And check this out, this video sent to us by a viewer. This is in Clanton. You can see a sheriff's deputy stopping to get footage of the storms as they move through, lightning illuminating the sky over Clanton between the trees. If you have any footage or photos of tonight's severe weather, send it to us through Chime In by scanning the QR code you see right here on your screen. And here are some of the photos we received today from Chime In. Take a look. More lightning strikes from today's line of storms. Then this home just torn to pieces. Trees are also down in roadways all across central Alabama tonight. And you can scan this QR code right here on your screen to get access to the ABC 3340 weather app. It's great to have on days like this. You can get access to live radar and the 7-day forecast. And we still have a lot more ahead tonight on ABC 3340 News at 10. Your weather didn't just hit here in Alabama. We have video of a tornado narrowly missing a home in Mississippi. Plus, meteorologist Evan Chick-Vera has a check on your radar for the rest of the evening. Alabama today, and Tylertown, Mississippi, one resident captured this video of a tornado right as it passes by his home. Oh my goodness, this was today around 1:30. You can see the family just watching, completely terrified through their windows as the tornado tears through their property. Scary, scary moments. And this is just some of the destruction tonight out of Grenada County in Mississippi. You can see cars flipped and homes torn to pieces, debris scattered throughout the streets. Well, still ahead tonight, powerful winds turn a barn into shreds. You can see the shocking damage out of Illinois, plus an update on our local forecast. Stay with us. All right, tonight, let's take another look at our Chime In photos. These are photos that viewers sent to us. You can see these heavy clouds moving through Talladega, where a tornado touched down near Wintoboro just late this evening. And the rainfall outside of another viewer's home, you can see parts of a metal building literally ripped off of its frame. Now, if you see breaking news and breaking weather where you are and when it is safe to do so, let us know about it. You can email us at newstips@abc3340.com, how so many of you were today as well. You can also upload your pictures and your videos through the Chime In tab on our website or through the ABC 3340 News app. Disaster funding is now available to people in Arkansas after severe storms prompted a state of emergency just tonight. Severe storms destroyed several buildings and power lines. At least 5 people were injured. 3 of those victims were taken to the hospital, but they are expected to be okay. And take a look at this. Severe storms also caused this barn to collapse in Illinois. Those storms caused trees to fall on top of several homes and cars in the area. Winds even ripped the roof off of a 100-year-old church. Wind gusts reached up to 50 to 60 miles per hour there. And police in Texas say at least 3 people have died in car crashes amid a dust storm. This is footage from the Texas Panhandle where a massive pileup involved 38 vehicles, including an 18-wheeler. Several roadways were temporarily closed due to low visibility. Several fires were also confirmed across multiple counties, fueled by the high winds. And at least one person is dead after more than 130 fires in Oklahoma. Many of those fires still burning. The fires were fueled by strong winds again amid bone-dry conditions. A state of emergency was declared in 12 counties there. One firefighter was injured while battling one of those fires. He's expected to be okay. Officials have not said if there were any other injuries. A red flag warning remains in effect for the northwestern part of Oklahoma.
Sorry there, Megs. I had walked over here because I had promised to show the reports of power outages, but then a tornado warning popped back up on the map here. So I'm going to take this, just letting you folks back there know for a minute, this tornado warning here in place. So this is kind of on the fringe of our DMA here in central Alabama, but we're going to jump on over. This is the one I said off the top looked a little suspicious, and it absolutely is showing up as just that. So I'm going to clear this off here as I was just doing some additional work. But as we pop on what we're looking at right now, again, I'm not seeing, hold on, let me make sure this is all toggled on correctly. Okay, there it is. This is for near Alexander City. And a lot of folks that we know of, they have a property that's down near Lake Martin. So this obviously will be of importance. So this is a tornado warning that they have issued, the National Weather Service in Birmingham. It goes until 11:30. I'm going to show the velocity here. And again, remember what I said earlier. I said, okay, this has one of those weird signatures. It's a Boeing segment, and it has, it looks like evolved into at least the potential for rotation near the Bulgers area, south of Mount Zion. And we'll have to watch this as we move forward here over the next 30 to 45 and the areas that are going to be in the path of this, like I had mentioned, the Bulgers area. Let me draw out a stretch here. And again, this is moving at about 45, 50 miles an hour. But that would include chunks of Tallapoosa County, Sturtevant, Eagle Creek, Jackson's Gap, Midway, Piney Point. And if nothing else, there's some gusty winds on this too. So again, this just, it's not going away quietly. It certainly does not appear that the threat is quite ended yet, especially as you look at our southeastern counties. So again, this is for Tallapoosa County, also for Coosa County, although it does look like the circulation right here is a little bit past Coosa County, at least at this point. Let me see what the National Weather Service is saying. Okay, so they got the tour there, but I do not see anything else. Let's see if there's a correlation coefficient here, and I think this is some clutter near Elgahatchee Heights. If I had to guess, as of right now, there's not really a strong, maybe that's something. I'll put the velocity here and we'll see. And there could be a little bit of, but this is certainly not one of the more obvious ones that we've had here this evening. But again, this is headed, this is just to the south of Fish Pond. And this will be moving, we'll grab the center of this near Bulgers towards Midway. This is 280, and that'll be at about 1050. Eagle Creek, a little bit further down the way, about 1057. So this is moving downstream very quickly. The speed of this is, it looks like about 45, 50, 55 miles an hour. And this is again, one that will get up on you quickly. So get in your safe space if you can, because this is, like all of them that we said here earlier, one that's serious and one that we need to watch very, very carefully. An additional severe thunderstorm warning has come in place, and that includes Clay County. And this is for, I'm going to switch over to, let's see, the Montgomery radar and see what we can see here. And you just have a vast area of some stronger winds. Here's the stretch here, the line. This is just ahead of Lineville, and the winds out in front of this fairly gusty in a few spots. So this is aloft, above the radar. This is looking from the Montgomery, so Maxwell Air Force Base, up into the atmosphere, but you're seeing, 74, 75, 76 mile an hour winds. To the surface, it's probably translated to closer to 50, 55, give or take. It's tough to tell for certain, but you have some gusty winds there, and of course, our tornado threat here that has come back into play. Once again, this is near the Bulgers area, Mount Zion. Not the best signature, but there's obviously some mischief afoot here with this particular cell. So this is right on top. This is Lake Martin right here. You know, you live on Lake Martin, you have property on Lake Martin. Obviously, this is important to you, and we're going to be watching this very, very closely here as we progress through the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to try to circle where I think the best circulation is with this, because again, this is not one of the tighter circulations that we've seen, but you've got winds near Mount Zion and Bulgers that are going in different directions. So you've got your winds going, you know, in one direction towards the radar, and then away. And your general circulation is going to be right in here, but this is very broad. And James, we've seen a lot of rotation today, and this one is one of the more broad ones, but one that, you know, definitely takes seriously here as it's headed towards a very busy area right on Lake Martin and eventually towards 280 over the next about 15 to 20 minutes. I'll put a time of arrival here. Again, this is going to be moving right across the lake by, you know, about 10:46. It's 10:43, so give it 3 minutes, and it's going to be moving right across the lake here. And then to 280, Midway, Jackson's Gap, about 10:51. Eagle Creek, about 10:58, 10:59 here. And yes, I realize we are putting a damper on sports. We'll hopefully get to Jamie Hale here momentarily. James, are you seeing anything of note with this?
Yeah, so again, let's kind of reset thing. It's 10:43, and as we get the storm out of Coosa County into Tallapoosa County, that is in the Montgomery television market. So we can resume our newscast, Evan, once we get this thing out of Coosa into Tallapoosa, and that's almost the case. But again, let's go into Tallapoosa County. A lot of people are watching us online. We understand that. So we have a thunderstorm segment here that is crossing out of Coosa into Tallapoosa counties. And again, this is more of a strong wind signature, but clearly there's some broad rotation here. And again, to get your bearing straight, there's Alexander City right here. This is U.S. Highway 280. Dadeville is right here. So on one edge of the polygon, we have Alexander City. On the other edge of the polygon, we have Dadeville. And that broad rotation is going to be crossing Highway 280 between Alex City and Dadeville, around Jackson's Gap, which is right here. And then that will continue moving over deeper into Tallapoosa County. So again, we pretty much have the storm segment that's prompted the tornado warning out of Coosa County into Tallapoosa County. So again, considering that this is an out-of-market county for us on the television side, we're going to go back to our regular scheduled newscast here in just a second, and we'll get Jamie because it's SEC basketball time. We've got a lot of stuff going on here, right, Jamie?
Yeah, she's been...
James, I know you got to rest that voice.
Well, no, I can talk all night. You know that. But again, let's kind of summarize this thing for our friends here in Tallapoosa County, and that anybody can watch us online. We have broad rotation, and there could be a tornado that tries to tighten up in through here, and it's about to cross Highway 280. And understand, we have had loss of life in the state tonight. It's been a very rough day with a lot of damage, a lot of issues, and it's been rough, as we expected it would be. So we would recommend that if you are in Tallapoosa County in the polygon, you respect that polygon and you go to your safe place. And the good news for Coosa County, it's over. So again, Coosa County belongs to our television market. The tornado warning is over for you. It continues for Tallapoosa County. But again, just understand, if you're north of Dadeville and southeast of Alexander City, Jackson's Gap is about where this thing's going to cross Highway 280. Just be aware, this could tighten up again, and there could be a tornado down. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect for Tallapoosa County, and this will ultimately cross over into Chambers County. This is Chambers County here. This is Randolph County. This is US 431, Roanoke here, Wadley here, Lafayette down here. And again, it should reach US 431 about 11:25. And after that, it's going to move into Georgia, of course. So again, the key message here is if you are in Tallapoosa County, north of Dadeville, east of Alexander City, stay sheltered. We advise no driving on U.S. Highway 280 between Alexander City and Dadeville for about the next 5 minutes. And again, you can see this is closer to Alexander City than Dadeville. Again, this is the concern right here. And again, that's really going to be crossing near the Lake Martin Bridge as you go down 280 headed toward Auburn. If you drive that stretch off, and you know the bridge that crosses the Lake Martin. And again, the couplet is going to pass right around that bridge. And again, it's a very densely populated part of the world here because of the Lake Martin. So if we have anything down, I've not seen any damage. The other thing, before we go back to the newscast, have you, Evan, looking at the...
No, they're talking about a tornado genesis happening coming into Jackson's Gap, and then a potential another cell forming near Pine Level. So a couple things they're watching, but there's been no reports of this. And it looks like they're about to issue a tornado warning further south.
Yeah, Pike County. We got a tornado warning coming for Pike County down below Montgomery. That would include Troy. In fact, let's look at that real quick, because again, we know a lot of people are watching us in different parts of the state. So here's your, that's for Crenshaw County. And again, that couplet is right here near the community of Goshen. And I have been to that school in Goshen many, many, many times. There's your new polygon right here. This does include Troy. So again, we have Troy now in a tornado warning polygon. Much of Pike County in that couplet will be near Troy at about 11 o'clock. And again, this is down in the Montgomery television market. Josh Thomas and those guys will take good care of you. But again, just understand, we want everybody sheltered here in Pike County, and especially Goshen. If you live anywhere near Goshen, you should be in a shelter now. The same thing for Troy. This includes, of course, Troy University, the college there. And we've got, obviously, the major highway is US 431 right here. You should not be driving on US 231 for about the next 30, 45 minutes. And so, again, Pike County in South Alabama, this is a tornado warning that is going to be in effect until, let me see here, until
11:45.
11:45. That's about for the next hour. And, of course, it'll be canceled earlier than that. So Pike County, tornado warning, South Alabama. And again, we'll go back up to Tallapoosa County. And again, this is these are out-of-market counties for the TV markets here. And again, we have to get our newscasts on. And so for those of you in the out-of-market counties, our colleagues at the other TV stations in those markets will cover you. And again, we're watching this rotation that is just southeast of Alexander City, crossing U.S. Highway 280 near Jackson's Gap. And again, that will be moving on out into the far eastern part of Tallapoosa County, then ultimately into either Chambers or Randolph counties. And we'll be updating you on the social platforms with these warnings. But Evan, I think we can go back to programming.
Yeah, I think we should let Jamie get her sports in, because she's been shooting us looks from the desk.
No, she's been giving us the stink eye.
No looks.
No, you guys are
no
more
looks,
important
y'all.
for sure tonight.
Yeah, we're done. Ladies, take it.
You know, thank you.
Yeah, and this isn't happy news, because Alabama and Auburn both played some of their worst basketball we've seen this season. Next in sports, Johnny Connon will join us from Nashville with an in-depth report on the Tide and Tigers semifinal losses in the SEC tournament.
Now, the ABC 3340 Sports Report with Jamie Hale.
The Tide and Tigers crashed out in the semifinals of the SEC tournament today in Nashville. In the first game of the day, Tennessee beat the Tigers 70-65. Auburn's now lost 3 of its last 4 games. The Vols will face Florida, who beat the Tide 104-82 for the SEC title. Alabama could not run with the Gators in the second half. But hey, Alabama and Auburn say they're ready to dance. Johnny Condon has your coverage from Nashville.
Yeah, that's right, Jamie. Super semifinal Saturday from here in the Music City, here in Nashville, Tennessee, inside Bridgestone Arena, where earlier this afternoon, the Auburn Tigers fell to Tennessee 70-65. Auburn has now lost 3 of their last 4 games. So, Bruce Pearl, is it time to hit the panic button?
We lost to Alabama, Tennessee, and at Texas A&M. Yeah, we're panicked. That's a real softball. We lost to some great teams. We lost the buzzer against Alabama. We had possessions here, so yeah, we're panicked. I can hardly wait till next weekend and start playing again. Just get me here. Let's get to Sunday. Let's find out where we're going. Let's find out who we're playing, and let's get back to work.
Fixing some, we maybe slipped up on this scout, man. You know, we played against a great Tennessee team. They was ready, and you know, we just got to go back to the drawing board, fix what we got to fix, and get ready for the NCAA tournament.
Many of our veterans, I feel like everybody has that in them that they be able, you know, and say something at any times. But, you know, our veterans do a pretty good job of just making sure, you know, everybody's head is straight and just, you know, we still get confidence and keep it going.
I feel like I had to give a lot more energy. I had to make a lot more winning plays. I feel like I didn't really play my best today. I feel like I haven't been really playing my best past couple games.
There's no off nights, and there's no alpha either. You know, we had a great season, but as you can see, the last 2 weeks, we got beat, so no one's unbeatable.
We got to see our mistakes and learn from those. Because I mean, March Madness is coming up, and those mistakes we made in these 3 games, they can't happen. So just watching a lot of film and learn from those mistakes.
You know, now we're looking ahead to the March Madness, the tournament. You know, the first 2 we dropped, we was looking forward to the SEC tournament. You know, we let this one drop. It hurts, you know, but we got to learn from it. We're going to watch film, and then we're going to try to, you know, get better going into the March Madness.
So not a great day for Auburn. How about their arch rival? Alabama entered Saturday with a rematch with Florida in the SEC tournament semifinal. And, well, it went about as well as it did a week or so ago in Tuscaloosa. The Tide had no answer for the Florida Bigs as the Gators ran roughshod over the Tide, especially in the second half.
Obviously not one of our better games. You know, Florida's a very good team. We, you know, said going to this tournament, we want to be the hardest playing, toughest team on the floor. We were not today, particularly in the second half. Thought they made a lot of tough plays. Started right out of the gate in the second half with all the old boards in the first possession.
Yeah, we still gotta you know, key in on what we did wrong on this game, and we gotta just make adjustments and learn from it. But yeah, like you said, we just gotta move on. We can't really dwell on this game, and we gotta have a short-term memory loss going into this tournament.
We just gotta play harder. Again, I feel like we got beat to 50-50 balls. We messed up some defensive coverages, and so yeah, we just got to get back together, and fix our defenses.
It was a quick turnaround. We got finished with our game at about like a little bit after midnight, so it was a little bit of a quick turnaround, but it's no excuse. Florida had a game yesterday too, and they were just a more hard-playing team tonight.
You know, they got talented guards, you know, guys that can get downhill, play inside out, and they just did a good job of creating for one another. And, you know, it showed.
Man, you got to regroup and, hey, man, like, this SEC tournament, it's March. So at the end of the day, like, stuff that caused a 17-2 run, you know, had nothing to do with basketball, just toughness, discipline.
So not a great day for our 2 teams in the Yellowhammer State. Auburn falls to Tennessee. Alabama falls to Florida. However, now they turn their attention to the real tournament, the NCAA tournament, the big dance, where it's win or go home. But for now, for the final time from Nashville, I'm Johnny Condon, ABC 3340 Sports.
For the 4th straight year, UAB has reached the conference tournament championship game. The Blazers beat the Mean Green 66-56 in the AAC tournament semifinals. Yaxel Lendeborg hobbled a bit in the first half after a foot injury, but came back in the second half to score 17 points. He came down with 6 rebounds to finish with a 23-point, 13-rebound double-double. UAB will face Memphis tomorrow in the title game. Championship Saturday for Conference USA. Jackson State 60-56 to win the SWAC and punch a ticket to the big dance. Stay with us. A final check on your forecast when we come back.
So we still got a lot of active weather around the South and Alabama right now.
Yeah, most of it is pushed out of central Alabama, but we've got some moving into Georgia. We've got some moving into the Wiregrass, southeast Alabama. So here's a look. We have a confirmed tornado now down in Tallapoosa County. We have several flash flood warnings in Talladega County, Clay County, Chilton, as well as Coosa counties, and the tornado warnings extending down into the Wiregrass at this point. So I know we're about to wrap up here. I just want to touch on a couple things. First being this confirmed tornado that is down near Sturtevant, Jackson's Gap. Again, that's just outside of our DMA, but you can see the signature on there is very good. This looks like it will pass to the north of places like Blackman, Lafayette, and head towards, say, the Roanoke area. That would be southern Randolph County, so we'll watch that. Definitely a debris signature on this. Okay, so here are the outages, and obviously Chilton County, guys, we've talked a lot about them. Had it very rough here today, and they're still looking at about 8,500 outages there. Great job by everybody getting the lights back on. We absolutely appreciate that. Linemen have a very hard job having to go out there after everything's done. But again, we've pretty much seen the end of anything of severity here in central Alabama. We're going to watch this here for a little while longer. You know, James back there, and we'll keep you posted. But I think the worst is behind us. My concern now is, of course, going to be, you know, what do we see tomorrow? What reports continue to filter in that we may have missed because it was dark earlier this evening? But good news is it's sunny. Bad news, we're back to the cold. How about 30s on Monday morning, guys?
Too cold. And I do want to mention, since you bring up Alabama Power, we did get an email update from them a little bit earlier tonight. And we have about 3,000 storm resources out from Alabama Power, and then 12 states did respond to Alabama to help us. Excellent. So we definitely do know that, but we know that those crews are just now getting started with recovery. So thank you so much, Evan and Jamie. We appreciate it. That's all the time we have tonight at 10. We will be back here tomorrow night starting at 5. Stay safe.